Hello! Let's make sure everything's working, shall we? Other than channel point redemptions, because I haven't put them on. I hope you guys had a wonderful week, because I know I did. And I know this guy did. He is looking nice and plump again. So that's excellent news. A lot less flat, a lot less wrinkly. Just got some food into him, I guess. So I'm feeling a little bit lazy. I'm gonna start straight out the gate with I know I'm a little bit slow on the upkeep. I thought that the hour difference would make a difference. It did not. I guess it's still a little bit of a jet lag. It is not the brick wall. I decided that instead of trying to go through all of the tech stuff upstairs and make sure all of that's working on the PC, that I will come back down here and have a nice cozy couch hangout. Especially, I've been driving all week. It's nice to just be cozy and be on the couch. Um, but, but that is why there are some things that are working and some things that are not working. But ultimately, we're here together, and that's what counts. Am I right? I do feel like I'm doing some sort of, I don't know what this vibe is. It feels like I'm going to start opening up or being very vulnerable or something. Maybe that will happen. Do I have any drama to share? Any tea to spill? Probably. But yes, we've got a cozy brick-free stream today. But like I said, it was just because I was feeling a little bit lazy. Thank you so much, Calm, for the biddies. That is very sweet. I might pop those up there. That will be off Snacks' belly. Even he's looking nice and lazy there. A completely different hour difference did make things better for me. First time I think in my entire life the Great Daylight Savings Shift didn't appear on my radar. There we go. The daylight savings, I don't really understand why we still have it. There are a lot of theories that are kind of misguided on why it exists. So, for example, for the farmers, but the farmers actually hate it as well. Basically, yeah, you'll probably know this, but with electricity and light, it just there's no point for us to have daylight savings, in my opinion. So it wouldn't surprise me if in my lifetime I will see it abolished. It's only like 100 years old, and it was so people could play golf and whatnot. It's ridiculous. Hannah Fry did a phenomenal video on it. Hannah Fry is incredible, and you should be following her on everything anyway. So go find that video. But yes, I think all of the world that does daylight savings has now done the daylight savings, so we're all slightly skew if. But it kind of messed with me a little bit, but that I was also on a flight the same day, and now the next week it's messed with me because I've flown back, but then also other countries like New Zealand have had it a little bit later than Europe did. Anyway, we should just get rid of it. That's the real point. Come, thank you so much for the 39 months!
Welcome back,
That is
Clem.
very kind.
Wonderful to see you again and again and again and again. Clem smiles, Clem smiles, Clem smile.
And there it is. Thank you so much, Calm. It's wonderful to see you. It's wonderful to be seen. It's just nice. It was supposed to be abolished in Europe in 2020, but something or other distracted them, so it won't be. Wait, what happened in 2020? 2020. Which event, right? Oh, golly, too many things. Ah, well. But hi everyone, welcome back to the show. It is actually genuinely good to be here. I'm glad that I didn't try and push myself to go live yesterday. Thank you. Sorry, I don't have my my glasses on. Oh, in my 30s. There we go. I'm gonna say hello, Curlin. 30s. I haven't figured out the way to condense your name, but I'll find the natural rhythm. But I'm glad you like them. Their name is Snacks. They usually sport some accessories, but they have been removed for now. So that's little Snacksy boy. Hannah Fry is my second favorite redhead. No, Ian, let's be honest with ourselves. Hannah Fry is the favorite redhead, and I wish not to compete with that wonderful woman. There's no competition. Can I see your bare feet? Well, if you want, yeah, hold on. Ta-da! Here's my bear's feet. Look at his little toesies. They're so cute. Little toe beans. They're wiggly wagglies. There you go. I hope that made you happy. He's very happy to show them off. If you're keen to share, I'm also interested to find out what the 50s are curling for. Yeah, because like I see that in my 30s. I was gonna say skirlin, and I was like, that doesn't sound right. I better check that properly. But curlin 50s, that makes me feel like maybe in somewhere in between. That's not a bear, it's a Pokemon. But they're based on a bear, right? This is, look, I will tell you when my Pokemon knowledge is lacking, but I'm so sure that everyone calls Snorlax a bear. Snorlax or Cabigon, is he a bear Pokemon? Because sometimes they have like Pikachu, the electric mouse Pokemon. So I'm wondering, Snorlax, the what Pokemon? The lazy Pokemon? Did you get to finish Oblivion? No. I am so far away from finishing Oblivion. However, I am glad you brought it up because I think that I might try and play that as my return to games trial stream. Oblivion is so good. Yeah, I was playing it when it came out for several months, on and off, just while life is happening, but I have been thinking about bringing it back, and I realized that I didn't upload the previous few VODs to the VOD channel, so I think I have them somewhere. So if you guys are missing Oblivion, then you might see the XClan Plays YouTube channel with those uploaded soon. But nonetheless, lazy beetaloo. Sleeping is bear coded. Exactly. It's like hibernation, but for the whole year. Also, I haven't been saying hi to everyone. Hi, everyone. It is good to see you guys. I have seen you popping in. So if I didn't say you by name, I have seen it. The chat's not going so fast. So it's just that I'm extra lazy today. I stand corrected. Snorlax is bear Pokemon! Nailed it! I felt like maybe on a clearer day, maybe after I've had my tea, then I would have been very confident in that answer of saying no, Snorlax is a bear Pokemon actually. But that implies that the existence of Pokemon and not bears specifically, but Pokemon and animals coexists. Or, I will say that on my road trip with my friend, we were playing Metazua, and if you haven't played Metazua, it's basically Wordle for animals, where you name a random animal, and then the app will tell you its closest link, so that, for example, if it's a bug, but you guess a bear, the closest link is going to be like an ambiote or something ridiculous. But if the answer is bear and you guess wolf, then it might be like some sort of mammal that's close. It's a little bit of fun if you like those types of games, like Global and whatnot. Just another one. What was my point? We were playing... Oh, see, this goes to show how sleepy and not caught up my brain is. You know what? It doesn't matter. If it comes back to me, then it will come back to me. Oh yes, no, it came back to me. The point is that it implies the existence of Pokemon and animals in the same universe, unless the bear Pokemon or mouse Pokemon, maybe that becomes like a family or genus or some of these words that I do not know from the animal kingdom, and therefore Pokemon could just be, pun intended, the next evolution of our current day animals. Mull that one over. How are you, Beast? I'm doing well. I'm feeling lazy myself, so it's good to be here. Hi, Wendy. Ooh, as in like I should put my hair in braids, Wendy? I'm trying to figure out that correlation. I'm gonna say yes. I need to see what she actually wears because that could be genuinely a good cosplay to do. My hair's not quite as red. She doesn't. It only shows the top. I was wondering if she wore overalls, but it only shows like the ruffle at the top, which implies that I probably could wear overalls. All right. Well, maybe does she have a full dress or something? Wendy, if I say costume, what comes up? Oh, that's the wrong Wendy. That's from Peter Pan. Anywho, thank you guys for the follows as well. Very, very kind. Wake up those gremlins. Exactly. They've been on holiday as well. They're like, wait, we have sustenance again. What do Pokemon do when they're in the ball? I'm honestly too old to know the lore. I actually don't know either, to be honest. So I think that there are probably a lot of fan theories. It isn't one that I've thought about because I think it would make me too sad. Do they become digitized? Because there is the ability to digitize them to send them through computers, for example. And does that mean that they're just a whole bunch of random pixels? Maybe. Do they get discombobulated? Is that why they're so comfortable fighting? Because they're just so confused, dazed and confused the entire time? Do they have a cozy little home? Some people like to draw fan art of what their homes in the ball might look like. But I do not know. I do not know. I know that they came from apricorns and that those were the first Pokeballs. Acorns, basically. So, how did they turn those into a Pokeball? That's where my lore is lacking, but nonetheless. Hi, Goody. If that is your Snorlax, does that mean your stuff made it to you? Yes. So my things for also for those who are new, so I have recently moved to the UK, and so all of my things that I had posted from Australia, they have finally arrived, and this guy is one of them. So all my stuff has arrived, which is happy days. I admittedly haven't gone through it, but I think that's because I'm still I still need places to put everything. But other amazing things is the attic that I have now dominated when not stealing the couch here to live stream. It's really, really tidy. And so while I was away, Rumi took a whole bunch of the stuff up there to the tip, which was really kind. And they said that it was really helpful because I had popped everything in such clearly organized rubbish piles where it's like, this is the I was going to say polyester. Oh my gosh, styrofoam. What's the other word that I usually use? Wow, gaps in the brain. Anyway, styrofoam. Not polyester. And then the cardboard, just everything was nicely laid out. Polystyrene, thank you. I don't know where that escaped me so much. Also, see, Mama said it happened to me sometimes plushies arrive Pokemon are what is this? They become the point of discussion. Exactly right. They always become the point of discussion at some point. Oh, there we go. Sorry, my chat was half cut off, but now it is not half cut off. I was beginning to worry. I wasn't. It was fine. Where's your brother Asmongold banned on Twitch? He's banned again. He's been very not that I follow the live stream, but I feel as if he's been very brazen with commentary, so I think he's been pushing the limit, so it does not surprise me that he's banned whatsoever. He does a lot of political commentary these days, so it was probably something over there, or he just said something crass. It's just, enjoy his holiday, I guess. I'm hoping kids' bonus mom will come by soon to take their mouse toaster to the tip. Oh my god! Yes, hopefully that's all organized soon. There's canonical Wendy full outfit in the ads. Okay, so I can check that out and see if that'll work. Hi Calpy, how you going? Clem has a Twitch brother. No. So for whatever reason, so this is lore that people maybe do or do not know. For whatever reason, I know what the reason is, but people have popped into stream. They're usually first time chatters, and they're like, "Why do you look like Asmongold?" And I'm like, "What? You can't tell that we are related, obviously." And so it's just kind of stuck that I call him my brother, or people call him my brother. But yeah, we both have very long faces. We have both very, very dark eyes. Some German heritage somewhere is in the lineage. And so the assumption is just that we're siblings, obviously. So that's why we look so similar. I am the disappointing lesser known child, and he is not giving me any of his tips or tricks on how to be fabulously wealthy, so screw you, brother. Are you really his sister? Yes. And he'll deny it, but we all know the truth. Two gorgeous people equals Kelpie, that is the kindest thing you have said about Asmongold. You heard it here, folks. Asmongold, a gorgeous, gorgeous individual. I hope that one day he sees this. A horse walks into a bar, the barman says, "Why the long face?" Exactly. Well, is it because you are related to Asmongold, perhaps? Need the rat alarm, yeah, exactly. Laura's frequently chat me crazy, you say something sarcastic, and we also yes and exactly. I have no idea who they are, all I know is that they look like you. Exactly, so Asmongold, you look, if you'll compared to, if I'm compared to you, no, words aren't wording, then I don't know if that is a compliment to him or not. But the thing is, I am very aware that the reason people say it is either because they are like, hey, why does that, like, it is a genuine, like, why does this person look like Asmongold? But we all know that the reality is that they're trying to insult me, but I don't find it insulting in the slightest. I actually genuinely see the resemblance. And I'm sorry that I'm the hotter sibling. I'm sorry, Asmongold. You got the fame and the fortune, and I at least got the looks. So you can't really be too mad about it. Clement Gold, play WoW and lead your own guild into raids. I've never played WoW in my life, which is probably a good thing. I think I would be very addicted to it, but nonetheless, maybe one day. Just occurred to me, you guys may call it something else. Oh, that's for... I think I wasn't following this one, so I'll leave you to it. Oh, the Reese's? The chocolate. Reese's Pieces. This must be about something I definitely was not following. Starting some sibling rivalry on Twitch? No, not at all. I am aware of my size and the likelihood of it getting out to that individual or anyone who even watches him is very low. I guess if I was more into clipping and shipping, then there would be a higher chance. But we just like having our little fun over here. Crazy amounts of followers, but I used to wake up to the dead rat because it smelled when the sun hit it. So yeah, that's the thing, is so much of his reputation is to do with how disgusting he lived. But you know what? I am aware that he did a big cleanup recently, so good for him. I think he's trying to make changes. It's never too late. It's never too late. No, you're fine, Cody Cameron. I'm just in lazy mode. You can't have beef with him. You're vegetarian, exactly right. I don't understand the deeper lore. It's not that deep. Basically, Asmongold is a huge streamer. Probably not the largest, but he's up there. So every time he goes live, he has tens of thousands of viewers. He gets millions of views on his YouTube, and so but he started his roots in World of Warcraft, like 10 years ago or something. So a very successful content creator, has owned a bunch of he had ownership in those orgs that have a lot of streamers. I don't think he's part of that anymore. Has had several businesses. It's just it's crazy. And then I think a lot of people find it very shocking because he's also known as the person who has like cockroaches in his room and the dead rat alarm, and so it's just kind of this shocking juxtaposition of an absolute wealthy millionaire, multi-millionaire, living in the squalor that he does, and I think that it baffles a lot of people, and you can be your own judge as to why he is popular. But anyway, that's basically Asmongold in a nutshell. Did I do a good job at propping him up? I have watched quite a lot of Asmongold content actually. Not live. I don't think I've ever really watched him live. The time zones has never worked out. But I watched some of his YouTube channels. He does a lot of reacts, and now recently he's doing a lot of politics. He's very brazen. A lot of people do not like him whatsoever. I don't have strong opinions. I just I've stay in the loop, I guess. He is part of the WoW CC craze. I can't tell you what CC means, so that's past my knowledge. Yes, it is a Reese's Pieces. Morning. Hello, how you going? Can't afford a maid. Yeah, I know, right? It's just so unfortunate. But that's what I mean, is I genuinely think that a while ago he went and cleaned out his room. And so I've seen him say stuff like, you know, I can clean up my room, but you whatever, people will use that against him, and he's like, but the difference is that I can clean up my room and stuff like this. I think that my opinion is that a lot of people watch him because he is so comfortable just saying his opinion, maybe. Like I said, I don't really have strong opinions on it as I should. Good to see you again. Thank you, Night Warrior. About 15 years ago. Yeah, that sounds about right. I could imagine him doing what he's doing for 15 years. I don't think he was live streaming for 15 years, but I think YouTube he has been. This and me. Hello. Doesn't matter what you're talking about. I'm just here to say hello. Thank you, Night Warrior. Very kind. I was addicted to WoW for like 2 months, and I decided it was best to stop. There are a few things that I think that I would genuinely be so into, and that is why I never start them. I talked about this not too long ago about comic books. I don't want to own a single comic book because I know that I will try and collect them all. That is just, I cannot do it. I cannot. I just got an email this morning saying that I owe the Oz government some money, and so I was like, guess I can't buy comic books, you know? It's just not happening. And WoW is another one. Everything that I can see of WoW, I think I would enjoy. I haven't really done a lot of multiplayer games in general, but I think that is mainly because I didn't really play games on the internet. I've always played on the consoles until I moved out of home, basically. I guess I played a little bit of League of Legends, but that is nothing compared to the MMOs, right? But I was intrigued by WoW from a very young age, and it's probably a good thing that I never got onto it. Clever's like Pokemon with comic books. Yes, gotta collect them all. Well, I would be. I do like a complete collection, and that is why I shouldn't buy comic books, because it never ends. I appreciate that I don't need to write daddy anymore, saying Clever's so much shorter. Well, wait until we're back on the regular setup. It might auto change to daddy again. Clem's the only one who actually uses Cody Cameron when she addresses me, so saying opening to tease about something silly had to take my shot. It's exactly right. The Batman comics are amazing. I know, right? Well, I don't know, but I think that if I were to collect them, it would be Batman. Batman has always been my favorite. Can I even call them a superhero? They're wealthy. So are they a super? Because basically their superpower is wealth. The comics, the movies rather, they don't really showcase a lot of the detective side of Batman. I think that the Robert Pattinson one, they tried to do a little bit more of that. So I'm wondering if he actually does have some like super detective, or if he's just hyper fixated. So is he a superhero? I think his resolve is what makes him a superhero, you know? There's just something that makes it feel like I could be a superhero too if I just had a few $1 billion. Like just a couple. Just a couple billion. I'm not asking for much, guys. But I do like Batman, and I like the villains, and I think it's my favorite what's the word? What's a good word? Comic book hero. Maybe that's a way to phrase it. I bought a bunch of omnibus graphic novels. I think I have everything in one and have safely exited that phase. Thank goodness. Yeah, because that would be holding on to something fierce. That's true. Bruce Wayne had the lots of money. Exactly right. My ex-boyfriend had a huge Batman collection, which I don't know is weird because I don't really get Batman other than brain turn off blockbuster movies. Yes, but there's a difference between movies and comics. As we all know, the adaptation is different from the original. Seems like billionaire white guy has an unhealthy coping mechanism hobby. Hey, we get into hobbies and shape our lives somehow, right? Unlimited money is a superpower. Exactly right. And staying fabulously wealthy, that, you know, it's there. How was Easter? Easter was fine. I spent most of it on the road, and then yesterday I spent most of it just chillaxing, so I cannot complain. Did I have any chocolate? I didn't have really I didn't buy myself an Easter egg. Maybe I can see if there's any discounted ones next time. I actually will go to the supermarket today as well. Hi Schmick. Batman is different to most superheroes in the fact that Batman is his disguise as opposed to Superman, that Clark Kent is the disguise. I have never thought about it like that. That's a good way of thinking of it. Yeah, they're known for their superhero-ness. Oh, I guess in Marvel it can be a little bit different with like Tony Stark and whatnot. So Wonder Woman, and then she is... I've forgotten her name. Diane? Why is Diane coming to mind? What's Wonder Woman's name? Diana. That's why it sounded wrong. Thank you. Diana. So I guess the superhero is often through the lens of the mortals of Earth, though, right? Like, is she called Wonder Woman within the Amazons? Is it Amazonians or Amazons? I'm thinking of Futurama. The Amazons. Like, is she called? She would just be called Diana over there, right? So maybe the disguise doesn't quite work, unless through the eyes of the Earthians. No, I still like it. Diana Prince. Her last name is Prince. It just, maybe that's why I was thinking Diane, like Princess Diane. Oh, no, Diana. Oh my gosh, now my brain is even more silly. Hi, Boba. I thought I saw a bunch of drama about chocolate eggs in the UK, like a cost thing. I have no idea. I haven't been in the UK. You're thinking of Futurama? Always. Princess Diana, not Diane. My god. Okay. I love the entirety of the Linda Carter Wonder Woman series somewhere. I don't know who Linda Carter is. I'm sorry. Let me see what the Diana Rigg is first of all. Actress. I'm assuming she played a role of something. This says, was Diana Rigg a heavy smoker? Yes. The answer, yes. Okay, she was in the TV series of the Avengers. Wife of James Bond. Okay, she's been around. Oh, I do recognize this face, actually. I don't know what I've seen her in, though. Movies and shows. There we go. The Avengers. I don't know if I've seen her in anything. Other than Game of Thrones! Of course I've seen her in Game of Thrones! Yes! Oh my gosh! That's cute. But I have seen these young photos of her as well, but I'm not sure if that's because people were showing them off when Game of Thrones was big. Look at her, she's so cute. And so she plays the Tyrell grandmother, right? House of Tyrell, that sounds right. My Game of Thrones knowledge is slipping away. Yes, yeah, Elena, that was her name. Tyrell indeed. OG Avengers, hell yeah. Princess Diana of Themyscira is her title, so they would call her Your Highness, probably. Nothing to do with the MCU Avengers. Yes, these are different indeed, just to make it clear. Hi, Mother Sticks. Prince William is super lad. I love it. Indeed, after his wonderful mother, super lad. She's in all the Bethesda games, like in Skyrim too. Really? As a voice actress? That's cute. Princess Diana Prince, yeah, that's such a handful, I like it. Princess Diana Prince. Maybe she took on the name, maybe it's canon in the comics, I'm just completely theory crafting at the moment, that she took on the name Diana Prince because of, where it's like, what's your name? And you look around the room and you're like, Snorlamp. Yes, my name is Snorlamp. It is European. So my name is Diana Prince. Diana Prince. Diana Prince. That's what it is. My understanding was that use of Prince for... I missed what that was. European. No, European! Anyway, speaking of segues, welcome back, guys. I have been away for a whole week. Hold on. Bear with me. Thank you, Lucifer. Good to see you.
I live. Barely. Apologies for my lack of presence. I shall hopefully be back soon.
Well, you do not have to apologize for a thing, because I've been away as well. Thank you, Lucifer, for the resub. Thank you for being here. Thank you for the prime, even. And yeah, do what you gotta do. Don't feel like you have to be chatty. Do you know? I haven't seen the musical, the Legally Blonde musical, Kelby, but so I don't know what you're referring to, but I do know the original movie. Historically, she purchased the identity from a lookalike army nurse to work with her love interest. Ah, there we go. After work, of course, Ian, I may appear on YouTube. Thank you. Yeah, do what you gotta do. All the best at work. Thanks for stopping by. You're the only streamer I watch, so you get my prime. That's so kind. Thank you. Yeah, gay or European, you can't tell sometimes. Um, the point is, I was away in Europe. I mean, I'm still technically in the continent Europe, but I was in mainland Europe the last week, and it was wonderful. I had so much fun. So I went on a massive road trip with my friend Coffee, or at least that's what we call her. And so it was just fun. It was just so much fun. We explored the Balkans and learnt a lot more of surface level information of that area, because I will admit I'm pretty darn ignorant on a lot of things European. But that's why I'm here, so I can learn. And it is crazy to think how ancient the history is in such a small area, let alone the entirety of this continent, let alone the entirety of the rest of the continents. There's so much to learn in this world. It is wonderful, and I am so lucky to be able to find out some of this information. It is stimulating is the word I would use. Yeah, I pre-entered, exactly. I pre-entered after being in the EU. So I am back in the UK now. And what happened was I flew into Croatia. I met up with my friend. We hired a car after a bit of a hiccup, but we got on the road, and then we did a big old 5 or 6 day trip, 6 day road trip, and crossing 4 countries, crossing distance that made us go through 4 countries, and eventually leaving Croatia. And it was so it was just so wonderful. It's so nice to have someone that you can be in close proximity with for a long time without, hating them. So that's great. Leave for a few weeks. Oh my gosh! Gotta reload my. Does that say wallot? I don't know what a wallot is. My brain here is not the learning. Don't worry, I will not subject you to the learning. I'm just saying that I enjoyed the learning. They definitely get a bad deal due to their location. I think that there is just, yeah. Because the thing is, the area is beautiful, but I think there's just been still figuring out things over that side of Europe, I suppose. Hi, Crossbow. Speaking of Croatia, um, what a beautiful country. What a beautiful country. Take that, Brexit. These people be brentering indeed. And so I think that things that I realize is I just didn't know how mountainous the region was. So also anyone who does know Croatia, and especially because we were just talking about Game of Thrones, I didn't go to the Game of Thrones areas. That kind of long skinny coastline down to Dubrovnik. I didn't go down there. That I didn't even know that existed because I was ignorant, unawares. And now my eyes have been opened, and I can go join the hundreds of and thousands of tourists that go down there next time. Belkan does have such rich history, exactly. Every village has their alternate history. And I mean that's Europe in general, but it definitely opened my eyes a lot for that area. So I didn't go down to the Game of Thrones places. I stayed very much close to the border of Slovenia, and because that was the original plan, was to explore Slovenia, but the flights were cheaper into Zagreb, the capital of Croatia, so that's why we ended up there instead. And then did a little loop, and it was so good. I have extra bits in my account. I don't remember where I have these, so here you go. Thank you so much. I am definitely enjoying my slow start to the morning. It's so weird to hear people traveling UK. It's like Lord of the Rings, we went to the Shire, and Borkenmere, and Gefaldor, and Shinikapapasor. Exactly. But I think that's exactly why I moved to this side of the world. And my friend is very similar. So we met in Australia. but she decided that she wanted to do a bit of a European overseas experience, and so she's coming up on 2 years for living in Denmark. And she's just done so much travel, and she says that Norway is her favorite country so far. So shout out to Norway. I will try and get there eventually. Tazcalpi would have been so much better, but I think it would have resulted in people thinking about a dog. Yeah, exactly, a dog or the horse. And so I think the Kelp Devil does work, and people can assign nicknames. And if you end up if the Kelp Devil is taken for your username elsewhere, then you can try Tazcalpi. You'll figure it out. It's time to take my leave, of course, Lucifer. Of course. We'll see. Oh, I've got the hiccups. We'll see you when we see you. And I think that this trip, the move to the UK was always met with some hesitation because of mainly the anxiety of just the unknown and have I made the right decision? And then as soon as I got here, I was like, yep, I am exactly where I should be, and that is life, I guess. But it is, I've ranted and raved enough about how much I am happy to have made the choice that I have. But then again, this trip in particular really made me highlight, it highlighted why I want to be on this side of the world. Because there is such rich history. I do find it fascinating. And we've made jokes about the Roman Empire is literally going to be my Roman Empire. I love learning about all of this ancient history. And it is cool to consider all of this warring over tiny little villages or large villages and just land, and some of that dispute is still happening today. And I guess almost in a way it's a reminder that it happens everywhere, which is its own thing to maybe not grapple with, but rather have contentedness with, where it's like, wow, this stuff has really been going on forever. Even, and I won't be getting into it, but even the modern conflicts, these things have been going on for so long. I think it's just the scariness of the modern conflict is the tools that are brought to the conflict. Yes, I moved to Australia, and so I have never claimed that I am an Aussie. I would like to make that clear. Even living in Australia, I have never claimed I'm an Aussie. That is not my vibe. Hi, Greg. So the travels into a area, I think is a better way of putting it. So the Balkans just really showed me how little I know or reminded me, because I know I didn't know so little, but it reminded me just how little I know of people, places, geography, weather. So for example, I wanted to do a bit of a hike in the mountains, and so it's like, we'll just go up this peak. And it's only end of March, beginning of April, so it's the beginning of spring, I think is a good way of putting it. And there's still snow in the mountains. In fact, maybe there's snow all year round. I know plenty of mountains that have snow all year round. But as we're driving up and climbing into it and there's snow on the road, I'm like, wow, I have never had to deal with driving around snow. What is the protocol? Like, all of my driving lessons, because I'm a comfortable driver. I like driving. I genuinely do enjoy it. And, I know to merge like a zip. Some people don't know that simple concept. Merge like a zip, people. To leave 2 seconds of distance between you and the car in front of you. Snow? No clue. No idea. Is a winter tire the same as a snow tire? Am I allowed to drive on the snow? I have no idea. So what I do know, however, is I did not want to be those tourists that end up in the news for driving in snow and slipping their car off the side of a cliff. So I very responsibly said, we shall not drive on the snow that has not been plowed. So I didn't slip off a cliff, if you couldn't tell. I didn't slip off a cliff. I managed to make sure to be responsible. What do you think about other drivers? Honestly, it was a very quiet time of year, so I didn't have any complaints about the driving. I drove. My friend is not very comfortable driving in cities, and with other drivers. But even she said that she thought that they would be more crazy. Although we did cross the border to Italy, and once we got there, it did feel more of the stereotypical like, bruh, what you doing? What is this? But it was fine. Everyone was so polite. Everyone in Croatia, in particular, just in terms of interactions, was so kind. And so I feel like that translated into the driving a little bit. But I will say that the Slovenians, they do have a bit more politeness on the road, even still. And that is by singular anecdotal evidence that the Croatians would not stop at a zebra crossing, whereas the Slovenians do. And so that, that's why the Slovenian drivers are nice. But I do think the Croatians we interacted with seem to be, on the whole, not kinder, but just it was just easy. It was just easy. Australia has Halloween. Not really. Is it because the poles shift and it sniffs Antarctica's weather? Definitely. I hadn't thought about that, but now you have put that in my mind, and I cannot let go of it. Just something, says Cody Cameron. I just thought of something, says Cody Cameron. Now that you're in the UK, where they do at least more than Australia does for Halloween. Oh, right. So yeah, that's where Halloween came from. I don't know. I'll find out in October, I guess. But I can say that they go pretty hard for Easter, and they go especially hard for the Christmas period. And that was the other thing. Actually, I would say that the Europeans, or at least the Balkans, they had so much going on for Easter in a way that was so sweet. And not just the commercialized, make sure to buy your chocolates. There were how do you put it, decorations just randomly strewn through even the tiniest of villages, and all of these little bunny rabbits that are cutouts that they'd put in the gardens, and wreaths of eggs, and then even in the shops they'd have little painted Easter eggs. And so it was really sweet to see people get so into the lead up to Easter. And then on Sunday, I was in Zagreb, and I was leaving for the airport just as kind of the church services were ending. And I have very little knowledge on Catholic practices, but that part of the world is a lot heavier into Catholicism as opposed to Protestant. So the church service must have just ended around 9 a.m. or so. And sure enough, everyone was walking out with little baskets. And I was like, what is going on here? They seem, it actually looks like an Easter bunny basket, like your classic wicker, and then just a red and white checkered cloth that is covering something in the basket. And so I'm not 100% sure, so anyone who does practice Catholicism or is from that part of the world, you can fill in any gaps. But based on Google, apparently usually in the basket is more breads, not chocolate eggs, but breads that can be blessed by the pastor. That does sound like a bit of a funny joke. Blessed by the pastor. Pastor. I'm just wondering if pastor is the correct term for the dude dude that's in the church. Anyway, it was just cute to see like actual correlation to the decorations, the stereotype, the everything that I am told is Easter themed. It was cool to see it actually happening right in front of me. And on top of that, because I'm swapped hemispheres now, it is usually around Easter time where I'm from is autumn, whereas of course in the northern hemisphere it's spring. And so seeing literally just everything pop up, it does feel very much it makes more sense why these events are celebrated, because you're having tulips growing out of the snow, and it's just wow, it's so cool. It's such a different landscape to what I'm used to. I love it. Snorlax is feeling much better. He's been a bit lazy as well, but you know, we're cuddling up and being nice and warm together. Pastor's not, it's priest. Thank you. There we go. Priest, not pastor. Very much appreciated. Leave enough room in front of you, this is for driving, so you can see the bottom of the tires of the person ahead in traffic. That way, when emergency vehicles need to pass, you have enough room to pull over. Nice. Taking course in winter might be something to do before the next one comes around. Oh, sorry, taking a course in winter driving. That's probably a good idea, actually. But the only thing is that I'm trying to think if I'm going to. It would be nice to get a UK license, I guess, as in driving license. I suppose I can do a YouTube tutorial, surely, but I don't know if I will be able to get a course organized like now, because I don't have a UK license, and so I'm not convinced. And I am making assumptions, don't get me wrong, but I'm not convinced that I'll be able to do it in time before the next winter. But it will be, that is a good idea. Because even Coffee and I, we were having a discussion like, what is the difference between a winter tire and a snow tire? And then you look it up and they're used interchangeably. But I'm like, then what are the chains? Because surely the chains are something else, and those are snow chains. But then shouldn't that be a snow tire? And then you have your winter tire and your snow tire, and the snow tire is the implication that it has the chains, and so you can have a symbol that says, hey, you should be making sure to have your winter tires on, which honestly you should just be having on when it's winter anyway. But then if you need to go up the mountain, make sure you have your chains on. Anyway, in New Zealand it does snow, but not where I'm from. So that is why I don't have that information. I'm sure that the South Islanders have learnt all of this already, but not I. Bet you started at the crossing. I'm pretty sure you just walk and they stop. No, not what I saw when I was driving. Hi, Blue. Pastors, posturing, pastorized, pastor, postures. That's the one. Pastor is a type of church leader, but is not the one I was looking for. We were looking for priest for Catholicism. Why is Snacks all naked? So basically, I wanted to try and fluff him up more. So we may have gotten into a bit of a fight, a bit of a tussle. And so I decided to be safe about it and take off the heavy green stone that which is called Pounamu, that probably would beat me up even though he is sleeping for the most part. So basically I fluffed him up, and that is why he's naked, and then I forgot to put his clothes back on. He got a few punches to the gut, okay? It was necessary. It was necessary. It would be a bit of fun to skid around in a relatively safe area. Yes, but the problem was that when we discovered snow on our road trip, it was either beautifully plowed, so you didn't have to worry about that whatsoever, because it was on the side of the roads, or it was the upper mountain at over 1,000 meters elevation, which would be about 3,000 feet, I believe. Well, anyway, it would definitely be over 3,000 feet. And it was a single lane road that had a giant cliff face drop off on the right side, or on one side of the car. Not the time to be practicing driving on snow, I don't think. Not for the first time ever. That is my thought. Probably need a car. No, because I think that if you're doing a course in snow driving, you'd probably maybe I'm making things up. But when I was taking driving lessons back as a teenager, my parents paid for a driving instructor so that I could get my license quicker, which was nice because that's how they do it in New Zealand. We used their car, which was a little Suzuki Swift at the time, manual, of course. Chains on a bare road is slippery. Is it really? Yeah, the chains go over the tires. Okay, so the chains you would keep on you in the boot or whatever. And then you have your winter tires and then now today I want to go to the mountain. So I drive to the mountain and then I put my chains on ready for the snow. That sounds about right. Snow tire, I'm pretty sure, is just something the Americans say. Okay, winter tire is what it's called. Chains you can put on any wheel. Thank you for the clarification and thank you for the follow as well. One time my family drove up to Ruapehu with another family to see the snow. Spent half an hour, then drove back. That's sweet. I like that. Yeah, that was kind of more my experience as a kid in New Zealand with snow is... so in New Zealand, there are... so many islands, so many, but there are three, but there are major islands called the North and South Island. You can guess which way around that is. In the North Island is where I'm from, and in the middle of the North Island is this giant lake, old volcano, but in that area are a whole bunch of mountains. That's where you would find Mount Doom, as in the Mount Doom. And that whole area is known for its ski season. Although the last few seasons it's been struggling with snow. But that's where you go for skiing in the North Island. South Island, you have way more options. And Ruapehu in particular is known. So I've been to Ruapehu twice growing up, but I was very young and I can't remember it very well. But I know that I didn't enjoy myself. And now as an adult, I realized that I was a miserable kid, not just because I was a fussy little baby, but I probably was experiencing altitude sickness because apparently that's a thing that I have. So that sucks. But more on that shortly. I just want to give a heads up that we are about to hit an ad break on Twitch. So thank you guys for supporting through the channels. It is a free and through the channels. Thank you. Thank you for supporting the channel through the ads. It is a free and easy way to do so, and I very much appreciate it. We'll see you on the other side. If you guys want to hear more about my snow experiences, then consider subscribing. But don't sweat, don't stress about it. Words are hard, exactly. Thinking is hard. I've been on holiday. I don't just, Oh, thank you, iDave, you as well. We've had snow twice in Wellington. Wow. I think Hamilton, at least in my lifetime, has claimed it once, but I was there. We cannot claim it. I just remember all of the girls at my school rushing to the window to be like, oh my God, it's snowing, it's snow, it's snow. The snow melted before it would even hit the ground, which is quite cute. So I don't consider that snow myself. But others might say otherwise. Yeah, Desert Road, Boba, that makes sense. No, at least parts of Canada, there's a rather large fine for not having snow tires fitted during designated times of year. And also you can get fined for not shoveling your driveway or rather not shoveling the area in front of your house. That is the Canadians' responsibility. So just part of living there, I suppose. Yeah, hit that ad break. Exactly, Clem approves. We don't advocate violence except against capitalism. Hilarious. Yes, thank you for supporting the channel. That's the short and skinny of it. Anyway, so I know that I have been in snow. I've seen photos of me in a full snowsuit when I was like 2 years old, but I have no memory of that time whatsoever, except for going to like being dropped off at learning how to ski. And so I do remember having the ski and being on a flat area, but I don't remember actually skiing. So that's the vaguest memory that I have for the first time. But then the second time, I was like, I don't want to ski. I want to snowboard just like my sister, because I thought my sister was so cool. So I wanted to snowboard because also snowboarding looks hella cool. And so I did a little bit of that. And my sister was my instructor because she used to go to the snow with some friends every season. And I didn't have any experience with skateboarding or surfing, but snowboarding was fun. I basically just went down and then I got up some speed and then I freaked out, and so I just stopped safely, and it was great. It was a great time until I started feeling really, really sick, and so I went into the lodge, I guess, and just had hot chocolates, and I felt really ill. And I thought I was just not built for the cold. I am not built for the cold. That is also a reality. But then when my dad and I went to Germany a few years ago, we went up the Zugspitze, which is the tallest. Is it the tallest mountain in Germany? I think it's the largest. Anyway, very, very, very large mountain. We took a cable car up. And climbed the rest of the way, and it was a lot of fun. But then when we went to go get a little hot chocolate at the top of the mountain, I just felt really, really ill again. So nauseated, dizzy, and so I was lying down and I was just staring at the ceiling and feeling sorry for myself. And then my dad's like, "You might be suffering from altitude sickness," which is basically where if you go up too quickly, your body doesn't acclimatize, and so you just feel like crap. And so the only solution is to either get pumped full of oxygen, which is what they do when like climbing Mount Everest, but that's more about the thin air, I think. I'll have to double check that. Or get off the mountain. So that is the method that we did, is we went down the mountain, went for a walk, and then I was fine again. But since then, I now know to be cautious of going up the mountains too quickly. But those are the only times I've seen snow, is at those three mountains. It makes sense. They are thousands of meters tall. Of course you would see snow even in the summertime, really. It's like one of those areas where it's just snow all year round. So that was pretty cool. However, and then just New Zealand having snowy capped mountains, etc., etc. But I hadn't experienced falling snow, and I hadn't experienced snow in residential areas. And so this trip will always be incredibly special to me because it's the first time I've seen snow, and without the, like with an asterisk. First time I've seen snow with an asterisk. And it was just so magical. I cannot, like, seeing the snow on the roofs and how they like drip off it just was wonderful. And I get that people who live in the snow, maybe you guys are just like, it just becomes a hassle. But for the first time, it was so magical. And there was one time where it's just covering planes and planes, and it just stretched on forever. I think I have a photo I can show you. It was just wonderful, wonderful. And I could not believe it. So I was very, very happy. And Coffee will send me some more photos. But I was just like making snowballs and crunching on the snow, and I could not believe it. It just went on forever. Forever and ever and ever. Yeah, domestic snow, residential snow, and it was just on the houses, and it was just like actually out of a book, out of a fairy tale, out of a movie. I just could not believe it. I was so impressed. So cool. So cool. Can't deny it's pretty. Yes, yeah, exactly. I know someone who lives in the Netherlands who just whines every time it snows. I'm sure that if you're actually having to live with it, it can become a pain. Having to shovel your driveway, or even just when you have a frosty windscreen, it can be awful. When you can't open your door because there's so much snow outside, I can definitely understand it can become a bit of a pain. But as a first time enjoyer, and also as someone who was going on roads that had been beautifully plowed, and I got to see a few plow trucks, that was pretty cool. It was magical. And I made a snowball, and I didn't throw it at my friend because I didn't get consent, but I did throw it at walls, and that was fun. Don't saw snow, shovel it. Fair enough. The first time you saw snow, no, shovel. The first time, wait, I didn't shovel snow. Anyway, the first time I experienced it. What is your Paris syndrome? Oh, Crossbow, you might have to explain to me what Paris syndrome is, because that is a term I'm not familiar with. But I don't know if that's like, the one place that you want to see, or the place you see and then you're disappointed in, or the place you see and lives up to that. So you have to explain what Paris syndrome is to me, and then I will answer your question. The only time my parents took us to the snow, Mum was pregnant with me and my sister was too young to remember. Well, especially in Australia, the Australian mountains do get snow. So anyone who is curious about how hot Australia is, there are places that you can ski or snowboard. And it is possible, but I just never went to them when I was in Australia, funnily enough, and so it is not a common pastime. In fact, I think the majority of Australians that I know that are big into snowboarding or skiing go to Japan or Canada. I know one person who went basically every second year to Japan just for the ski season. And then so many people will do kind of the visa that I'm going on, of the youth mobility scheme visa, where they simply go to Canada for 2 years and they work in the ski fields. And so although technically Australia can get snow, it's not what it's known for. Yes, I got shit lungs. Exactly right, Boba. You got it right. That explains so much. First time it snowed here, I was 3, and I only remember being pissed off that it made my mittens wet. Oh, poor little baby, chocoholic baby. No grass, no snow. You need to find your substrate. Yes, we'll get there. Gods, I want to visit New Zealand someday. It just sounds so beautiful. New Zealand is genuinely so gorgeous. But that being said, I think this trip as well for me, so in the Balkans, made me go, why do people go, like, I know why people go to New Zealand. New Zealand is wonderful. But I was so fascinated at how much differing landscape was available in Europe. So for example, I was literally in the mountains, and then I'd drop down to the coast, and it's so beautiful in Europe as well. I guess maybe the thing that I will say that I found very differing in New Zealand is the type of trees. So in Europe and Canada, you get a lot of these conifers, and so your Christmas trees on all of the mountains. Where I think that New Zealand's ginormous mountains, they also have palm trees and ferns. So maybe that's where I will always be partial to New Zealand flora on top of that, because even though some of these countries are having these sharp drops to the coast, the flora is very different in New Zealand. And so New Zealand is basically a giant rainforest, but it also has snow-capped mountains, and it also has volcanoes. So it did make me wonder why people travel so far for New Zealand. But then I thought about it some more. I was like, well, it's still worth going to New Zealand because New Zealand is wonderful. Wonderful. Isn't Paris syndrome the thing about being underwhelming? Yeah, okay. I've had some pathetic experience, but it never underwhelmed, you reckon? Yeah, disappointment place. Okay. Let me think about that while I catch up with the others. Many Aussies work in Canadian lodges to chase the snow for free. Exactly right, that's the one. I thought the Alps were the place for skiing. So if you're talking about New Zealand, the Southern Alps in the South Island are very, very common for skiing. So Queenstown is where a lot of people will fly into, and that's where they'll start their journey for skiing and snowboarding. Um, if you're talking about the Alps over here, then yes, of course, like the Swiss Alps and all of that kind of like Swiss lodge, stereotypical snow holiday. But the North Island has giant volcanoes in the middle of the island that get snow on them, and so that's where North Islanders will go for the ski season. Paris syndrome is a severe form of culture shock and psychological distress experienced by tourists, most notably Japanese visitors, who find that the reality of Paris differs drastically from their romanticized, idealized expectations. It is characterized by immense disappointment, leading to severe symptoms like hallucinations, anxiety, dizziness, and vomiting. Wow, it can get that bad, hey? I doubt we're talking about it to that extreme, but where did I go where I was like, London, maybe. London, maybe not. I think the thing is, London did meet a lot of the expectations, but I just am not a big fan of the spread out nature of London. Like, there's a reason I'm not living there, you know? um, I see that. As Bo says, I love the Alps and all, but the Southern Alps sound so magical. Cause, yes, exactly. So because they're close to the coast, I do think that it is very, very striking. And so, for example, if you go on the glacial tour, so I did one a few years back with my ex. It was awesome. So you're like in this rainforesty, well, you're in this coastal area in this rainforest area, and then you get up onto the glaciers. And one of the things that the tour guide was saying is that the glaciers in New Zealand are some of the lowest altitude glaciers in the world. I don't know if that's true. I didn't follow it up, but I do remember that's what they said. Yeah, Fox and Franz Josef glaciers are these ones. And that's pretty cool. So you're getting glaciers at only 600 meters or something, as opposed to these thousands and thousands of meters that you get in a lot of other places in the world. And so I apparently way back in the past, way back in the past, they could even get down to the beach, which is like before humans. Not our shitty fake Alps in Australia yet. Hi, Lo has been lurking. Thank you so much. I am nice and cozy. I'm glad that I stream down here rather than upstairs. It is definitely the vibe and mood I am in. I'm still, I guess, on holiday mode. My brain is playing catch up, but also I think that I am needing to recoup a lot of and revitalize actually a lot of my my systems. I had a bit of a rough week in terms of health during the road trip. Nothing that made me feel it took away from the trip. But I think that yesterday, now that I've, like when you're fighting off an illness and then but you just have to push through your work week, and then you get to the weekend and then you just crash even harder. It's kind of similar to that in a way. And I know the culprits, and I'm fine. I genuinely am fine. I don't have a a sinus infection or anything. I'm just a bit exhausted because my body's been fighting for a whole week. And so yesterday I got a nice time to relax. And I had a great sleep last night, but I was just feeling a bit lazy today. And I sit at a bar near a beach, look east and see massive mountains full of snow. Yes, South Island's for you then. It looks like, yeah, Clem Approves is also struggling with their brain today. Hi Harris, sending you get well wishes. Thank you. No, I actually am. Like, I think that after stream today, I will go just go get a coffee, and you know what? Maybe I'll go. Oh, that's right. I need to go to the supermarket. I'll go find find an Easter egg or some chocolate. It'll probably be a brownie and not Easter related whatsoever. Likely airport bugs are fighting for supremacy. Well, I don't want to be like TMI. I'll give you some I'll give you some information. Basically, I have realized that my diet is, and not vegetarian. I'm not talking about being a vegetarian, but the way I eat food is very different to how a lot of other people eat food. And it's not unhealthy, it's just the way that suits me and my body type and my lifestyle. And my body was pushed. No, it wasn't gassy. My body was pushed to its limits this week, and I was very nauseated, and I did have to look, I was just very nauseated. I don't want to trigger anyone. I know some people get triggered by even the thoughts of the things that you could probably imply. Anyway, so the first night we met up with Coffee's friend, we had a big night of drinking and a big night of incredibly rich, like cheesy foods. I didn't have a good evening. Well, no, sorry. I didn't have a good night. I had a wonderful evening. I didn't have a good night. And then I had a very shaky morning where I was like, just orange juice, please. Just orange juice. And so all week I've just been consuming orange juice. And that first morning I never really recovered from. Every single meal was just so rich, so like, it's not, was it the cheese, so much oil, so much truffle, and too much of it. I am small girl. I don't eat as much food as we were eating, and it got to the point where I was just like, I'm just not enjoying this meal. I want to go. No, it's not that I want to go home. I was consuming a lot, and then even by the second night I was like, I had a sip of a glass of wine and I went, nope, not happy. And so I was just feeling very nauseated the entire trip, and it was like, you know, I'd have a sip of coffee and then I'd be like, oh no, it feels gross. And so I've just been, by the end of the trip, I was like to Coffee, I said to her, I just have to have a fasting day. Like, I just cannot eat anymore. This is too much for me. I have overconsumed. I will still sit with you. I have no issues with going to a place and not ordering, but I just cannot consume any more food. This is just too much. Other than orange juice. And so I think that that is all just catching up to me, and I'm going to replace all of this whole week with all of the good greens. I just want to eat like a green leaf. Honestly, it got to the point where I was like, I just want to eat like quinoa and green leaves. I just need to replenish my good gut healthy system. And so in some ways I was like, you know, I've never had a very good relationship with food from a young age. I struggled with it for a while, and then you know, you're always told you must have 3 meals a day, etc., etc. And so when I more recently kind of went, fuck that, I'm just gonna have 2 meals a day, and I'm going to eat when I want to eat rather than when I'm told to eat. So I don't really have an eating schedule, I guess, where it's like at 7 a.m. I eat, at 12. Yeah, I don't really have an eating schedule. I just eat when I feel hungry, and sometimes I just don't feel hungry. But I've never felt healthier than like food wise than I have, or even just healthy in general. I've never felt healthier than I have uh for the last few years. Like I've been exercising again, and I get really good nutrition from my food, so I'm kind of feeling like a little bit hippie-ish, I guess. And this week really showed that to me, where I'm like, you know, I eat pretty well balanced meals when I actually eat them. And so I have I just need, I need more eggs in me. I need that kind of protein. I need more salads and grains. I had like a quinoa salad last night. It was so tasty and it just made me feel so good. And just that was all my body was craving. And I was just trying to listen to it. I didn't want another cheese pasta, like cheese truffle pasta. It was so tasty, but I didn't want it every single day. My body's like, please, greens. And alcohol as well. So that was another thing, is I love my alcohol. I love wine, I love beer, I love whiskey, I love gin. I love the taste of alcohol. I was not enjoying having it every single day. And that also made me go, you know what, Clem? You do all right. You do all right. Moderation, all of these kinds of things. I think I'm feeling proud of myself on how I listen to my body. That's all. Truffle is very good. Yes, I like truffle, but if you don't like mushroom, what is the taste of truffle? I think it's worth trying. It's known to be quite expensive, but there's a lot of truffle flavored things. Yeah, umami. You look like every alphabet. Thank you. I don't know what that means, but I do appreciate it. Did you drink rakia? I assume locals offered. Oh no, I didn't have that, but we did have this one weird thing that was called. So I'm just putting in rakia in the meantime. We did have this thing that was pine liquor, so from like literally from a pine tree, and that was very good. I was not expecting that whatsoever. It was very herby, and very fresh, and so it felt like you could smell the pine. I don't know, think it was sap necessarily, but ooh, I like that. So, Rakia. Oh yes, this is brandy. I saw so much brandy in the Balkans, but I didn't have any. My friend isn't really a brandy drinker, and so we didn't go there. And especially after the first night. The first night was just wine the whole time, and so I think the idea was that we'd try some more local stuff as the week went on, but I could not do it. So I genuinely, like, I already know I'm going to go back to Croatia. I'd love to do the long coastal spit, and maybe I will go see Dubrovnik in that case. And that's when I can try things at my own pace as well. Or now I can be a bit more firm with understanding my limits, so that I can communicate my limits, because I didn't really know what they were at the time. And especially because the friend that we caught up with, as in Coffee is our mutual friend. She's so nice. She was so fabulous. She was so fashionable as well, and just so easy to get along with from first meeting. It was just wonderful night. It really was. But they clearly, they could indulge a lot more than I could. Yeah, I saw that there were so many different spellings for rakia, so I've left that on my list. Okay, let me just catch up with a few things. What was the name of Bender's truffle pig? Was it Jambo? I can't remember. Sorry, Boba. I'll have to just watch Futurama again. Crazy Euro liquor and alcohol is always a gamble. Yeah. Do you know how truffle to a pig is like catnip to pigs? That, yeah, they go insane for it, right? But truffles just seem to be everywhere in the Balkans. I don't know if I assume it was real truffles. But it was kind of crazy to see how much they really had. Crossbar, I saw that you asked if I eat seafood or fish. I do not. And so that did make it a little bit difficult, especially when getting to the coastal areas of my trip. so much seafood, and it looks really, really good. So not just fish, but crab. There's octopus. There are all of these. Because I used to eat fish, whereas my friend has been vegetarian the whole life. And I'm like, wow, this is wonderful. But I also had to pose a question because there were a few places that we went that offered a lot of seafood and fish, but we were not near the sea, we were on a lake. So, do we have another term? It doesn't compute where it's like, well, this fish was caught in the lake. So I guess you could say it's fish, but like this isn't seafood then. You know what I'm saying? Does not compute. Anyway. Yeah, I wasn't so basically there was so much like cheese. I think it was just the constant amount of cheese and the type of cheese. It was just very rich and heavy, and the oils that they were using um it just got to me. Not used to so much of that type of rich food. It's like a food hangover, yeah. A food hangover and then a fasting hangover. So I had like a food hangover, and then the more recently I've been kind of fasting a little bit and then just slowly reintroducing food into my system. And so I'm just feeling a little bit rough. That's probably why my brain isn't working so much as well. One of the worst things about getting old, I can't consume the huge amounts of delicious food I used to. It saddens me sometimes. I love food. I love tasty food, but I just love small portions of it. So I think that one of the reasons I turned vegetarian is because it makes me feel a lot lighter. So a lot of people I know go vegetarian or vegan for animal so because they're against animal cruelty or for environmental reasons, but for me I just feel better as a vegetarian than eating meat, and that's just how my body reacts, and that's, everyone's going to be different. But I think that if I chose to stop being vegetarian, that if I were to eat meat again, like the portion size would be so ridiculously small, it's a kind of negligible. So I just need to make a butt ton of money, and then I can go to those like really, really fancy places that have like wagyu that's only this big, and then I'm like, mm, 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 mm. I'm done. Thank you. That was a tasty treat. Much appreciated. That's me. But I do understand, like, as your body, like, your taste buds are meant to be the thing that tells you to keep eating the food. And so I guess I guess I'm thinking of Dad. He he likes to eat of this tasty foods. Anyway, so point is that there it would be very disappointing if you can't eat as much as of such a good meal. But we appreciate the things we have, I suppose. 3 meals is luxury in this global paradigm. In it though, that's the thing, is I'm like breakfast being the most important meal of the day. That's just a marketing thing from cereal companies, and so that you buy their cereal. And I mean, breakfast is the first meal of the day, so I kind of understand that it could be the most important meal of the day because by definition you'll be breaking your fast. But the whole slogan kind of stuff, that's come from just making sure that you do have cereal and in the morning. It's a marketing thing. So yeah, I'm not so convinced on this 3 meals a day. And you know what? I take it back. I am convinced on the 3 meals a day, but I'm not convinced on the size of the 3 meals a day. I think that a lot of the time the it's like, well, I'll have my breakfast, lunch, and dinner. And there's nothing wrong with that, but I think that we do have very large sizes, especially over in America. You guys are crazy over there. I remember going over there and I'm like, whoa, this drink is like enough to satiate me. This like, I can simply not consume anything more because I cannot even finish my drink. It's crazy. 3 meals is too few sometimes. Can we trade? Just have smaller meals. And that's the thing is people who, some people, they just like to kind of snack and have several meals a day rather than having a full big one every day is hard work indeed. I'm surprised you didn't have any headaches. Oh, I have a headache right now. So that's... Oh, that is not quite how it works, but nonetheless. Okay, I'm just catching up. Claims to love alcohol, yet isn't an alcoholic. Someone's lying. I like the taste of alcohol and I like the taste of food. I just don't like it in excess, okay? I just like a little... delightful. And then I move on with my day. I know it's crazy. It's crazy, but it's just... I am, you know what? I am pleased that I have this, because otherwise I would be an alcoholic, you know? Yeah. I will say avoid Dubrovnik in season, it will be your Paris syndrome. Okay, got it. The only reason I even know about Dubrovnik is because I was like, I'm going to Croatia, and people went, are you going to Dubrovnik? And I was like, where's that? Okay, so... Oh, hi, Salient, sorry. So in terms of new terms for seafood, that doesn't come from the sea. Internal ocean. Water food, just call them fish. But what about if it's not fish? You couldn't see the food? Hilarious. Probably just early onset gout. Probably. I was eating so much rich food that it just triggered the gout immediately. The truffle hunt tour as you go in the forest with dogs and such. That's so cute. Only eat chicken, fair enough. Sounds like sushi in theory. No, it's fine. Hi, Don. You want breakfast? Just wait till lunch. Exactly. No, cereal and not in regards to the cereals that are found in the supermarkets. Hi, Waffle. I'm well, thank you. How are you? The prevalence of orange juice is just a ploy from Big Citrus to sell more oranges too. Yeah, well, you should be drinking orange juice. Orange juice was so good. After having such awful hangovers, the orange juice was so good. And not like it was one awful hangover, but it lasted an entire week. Am I getting old? Is that what the problem was? Was it not the rich foods? Was it just the one day? Was I just on hangover for an entire week and I'm only now coming out of it? Oh, God. Well, guess I'm never drinking again. Hi, Red Sponge. Orange juice is the best, exactly. That's age. Frick! It all makes sense now. Maybe it was just the 7 Kit Kats after every meal. Yeah. But I'm so used to that. I've been eating 7 Kit Kats. Hey, wait a second. I haven't been eating Kit Kats. Kit Kat? What's a Kit Kat? What? There's tons of Kit Kats missing? I have no idea what you're talking about. For those who don't know, there was a massive Kit Kat loss. Someone stole several tons of Kit Kats. Isn't that crazy? How does that happen? Where are they? I've got no idea. I've got no clue. Thank you for the follow, Max. Much appreciated. Or downhill. Yeah, I'm so close to 30. I've only got 2 months left of my 20s. So... You know what? I'm okay with this. I already say that I'm 30, admittedly, so it's fine. And especially because I'm not gonna be so cruel to my body. Like I said, I've never felt healthy. I've been feeling really good about my health. I got into exercise and running, and I was feeling so fit when we'd go up steep mountains. I was like, hell yeah, Clem! Like, look at you, girl. You're just like getting up here. Not feeling it in the glutes afterwards. I mean, we didn't go for several hours, but even just like a little half an hour incline, I'm like, damn, like you're not huffing and puffing. No houses are being blown down here. I was feeling good. So ready for my 30s because I've been trying to look after myself, I guess. I'm an apple juice kind of guy. I used to drink more apple juice. I don't mind pulp or no pulp, but I do think I prefer it with pulp. It feels more, or like, I feel like I'm getting all the goods from the orange juice. I never liked orange juice as a kid though, genuinely. I was like, ugh. Apple juice all the way, but I think nowadays I'm really coming around to the orange juice. it just feels like a good time. Yeah, I think it was 12 tons as well, but I wasn't confident in that one. I live in Eastern Croatia. Our diet is a meat base. So here people joke about vegetarians. The hipsters, yeah, don't marry her. She eats like sheep. Hilarious. It is better with new generations, but still stereotypical vegetarian. Hey, I am not surprised whatsoever, Crossbow. It was actually really cool because the thing is, as someone who used to eat meat, and the reasons I turned vegetarian, like I don't have strong opinions on meat. So it was really cool to see like because a lot of the traditional meals over in the Balkans are not vegetarian. Whereas if you get more like Mediterranean, I guess it still is technically Mediterranean. There are certain areas that you have traditional vegetarian meals that are so good, like really grainy, maybe like a stuffed bell pepper or capsicum. And it's tasty as hell. And that's been traditional vegetarian food. And then, of course, like think of curries. And when you go over to Asia, there's so many meals that are just inherently vegetarian that they've been cooking for hundreds of years. And so it's just like, but what we get more in Europe, I suppose, and yeah, Australia and New Zealand too, which is based more on European foods anyway, other than seafood. In New Zealand, I don't really know about Australia. But the point is that it is very heavily meat based, and then there's this adaptation to vegetarian, or adoption from other cultures. So it was really cool to see a lot of the, I guess, traditional foods. And so even just like a long curly sausage, I'm like, that's crazy. And so there is a part of me that feels like I should be trying these things, but I don't miss meat that much. And I wasn't expecting so much seafood. I think that shows my ignorance on how much seafood is collected from the whole Mediterranean area. Obviously, there are other seas. So I was on the Adriatic Sea. But it was just cool. It was fascinating. It was awesome to see just what other people were eating, rather than catering towards the vegetarians. Because I feel like, especially in some of the newer, like you say, hipster, modern areas, they know that vegetarians and vegans will be around, and so there's always a section for them. And so having full menus that were just like fish, I was like, that's pretty badass. Yeah, they're just chilling, ho. They're looking good. Hi, Hugh. I'm not confirm or deny the location of the missing 12 tons of Kit Kat bars. Incidentally, my bowling team is selling Chucky bars for a trip to New Zealand. Adorable. That many Kit Kats, that would take ages. Yeah, you need a break. Technically, you're already in your 30th year. You're just a couple months before you complete it. Ooh. I'm trying to think if this is in the same regard of like first century. I am in my third. Yes, it is. Okay, cool. I was extremely sensitive to sour tastes as a kid. Okay, so oranges were too much for me. Part of why I prefer clementines. Very sweet. Well, yeah, literally very sweet. I don't know if I was similar. I know that a lot of oranges these days are more sweet instead of these like bitter oranges that they used to have. And so I think that I do prefer a bitter taste rather than the sweetness. Anyway, I just was enjoying my orange juice. So I kept on going to get a coffee with coffee in the morning. Coffee loves her coffee first thing in the morning. And so try and find somewhere to have coffee. And very, very early on, I was like, I just cannot. So I just started ordering orange juices. The problem that I have with that is it feels so economically irresponsible to be buying orange juice, like just a single 200 milliliters, like 1 cup of orange juice. I'm like, why am I spending €4 on this? It was only one time it was €4, and I did go, what the hell is this price? The other thing I found was that I was surprised at a lot of the prices. I don't know if that's just because we're going to really fancy places. My friend is a fancy gal. So I don't know if that was tourist tax or if that's just how expensive things are there. Maybe people earn better in Europe. I don't know. But nonetheless, I won't be worrying about that in 6 months' time. It'll just be a distant memory. I'll just be thinking about all of the amazing places that I visited. Fun fact, traditional Korean age starts at 1 year old at birth. Oh, because they count their pregnancy, right? According for time in the womb. Yes, there we go. Increases by 1 year every January 1st, not on birthdays. I don't think it's just Korea as well. I think that some of the other Asian countries do the same. But yes, that's why I've heard about this before. But it's on the January the 1st. So depending on where you're born in the year, I guess, can make it a little bit different. If you're born on December 31st, you'll be 2 years when you're actually 2 days old. Wow! I like to think, yes. You don't miss meat? That's not what I've heard. Ba-da-bum. Sarah was vegetarian, but it was hard on cycling trips, of course. Finishing day in random places and need to search for food, not fun. Now she eats meat. I think that is sensible, because that's the thing, is the best meal you can have is the one that is in front of you, right? And so I completely empathize with that. Even just on the road trip, not that we're in as remote areas as if you're doing a cycling trip, but even just on the road trip in very small towns, and at this time of year when most people, I think, if they visit these areas, will be in the summertime. They're not even really, some of the places were ski villages, but it was very much like summertime vibes, especially in Austria on the lakes and whatnot. And so many bars, restaurants, even just a place to get a beer, all closed. And then conversely, the coffee shops were closed as well. And so it was a little bit of a mission to find a cafe. Like, you could find coffee, but to have like a sit-down cafe experience was a little bit more difficult, especially when in Austria, because we were really in just tiny areas, which was so much fun. I loved it for for the reason it was tiny. But if you're someone who's like, I must have my coffee, then it made it a bit tough. And similarly, where it's like, if you're wanting, like, what are you wanting to eat? Because for me, I'm pretty happy with just like a piece of bread, especially because the bread in Europe is so good. It's so tasty. Even just something from the supermarket, it's like it feels like there's just so few sugars in it. You just bite into it and it's so soft and just feels good. It just feels good. I'm like, this is my breakfast. This is great. I love it. So I would be very happy to just buy some stuff from the supermarket and just go about my day. But if you're looking for more options, especially as a vegetarian, it can be really tough. So I think it's very sensible that she just, maybe it can be one of those things where she can prefer to have, or one could prefer to eat meat less. But it's not that, like, just because you eat meat doesn't mean you have to eat meat every single meal, you know? And so I think that if I were to ever go back to eating meat, that's kind of how I would consume it, is that I wouldn't necessarily say, hey, I'm strictly vegetarian, please don't cook me a meat dish. But if I'm going to a friend's house and they just cook whatever, I'll eat that as is, but then I might not have any meat for another 6 days. But on travel, it's a little bit different. But I have always said that if I do end up getting all the way to Japan, I will definitely be a little bit more lax with my vegetarianism. It's just part of the culture. We had an orange tree as a kid. They were massive, but the juice was so bitter. Now I think it may have been a grapefruit tree. Oh my gosh. I guess it would be really sour, right? I think that the grapefruits, I haven't had a grapefruit in a long time. yeah, I think it's that sourness rather than. Oh no, they were bitter as well. I just have to have a grapefruit and remind myself. Why the blues? Because I just had a wonderful, wonderful road trip, and now I'm just like, oh, taking me back. And no, that being said, it was actually a good length of time. I know that so many people are after their holiday, they're like, yes, I just wish I could stay on the holiday forever. I'm very satisfied with my trip. I think that we ticked off everything that we wanted to do. We didn't have a lot of main attractions that we wanted to see. That's like, oh, we missed that or we missed this. And I think another thing is that because it's a road trip and because it was an area that we were unfamiliar with, everything was exciting. No matter what we ran into was really enjoyable because it was more about the journey rather than the destination. And so by the end of it, I was just like, yep, I'm ready to go home. And I really felt that I was ready to just come back to my own bed and come back to the UK, which was quite fun to consider a new home and whatnot. Have a proper shower, do my washing. It feels so good to do your washing after a week of holidaying. I just happy girl. And just eat how I want to eat again. You know, thank you, Viper. Bobby said Austrians only drink in ski season. No, that's not right. Bread, brie, and red wine, the continental ideal. And cigarettes. Oh my gosh, so everyone smokes in Europe. I completely forgot about that because I would say that there are some smokers here in the UK, and in Australia and in New Zealand, of course. But as soon as I landed in Croatia, I was like, wow, there are a lot of smokers in Europe, hey? And even at restaurants, you could buy cigarettes in the restaurant, and I was like, that's so European. Like, I'm not even gonna assign any other adjective, like, because again, I'm just, it's just so European. Everyone smokes. It was hilarious. I loved it. So yes, you are correct. Always the cigarettes with your meals over there. Grain grown in EU grows easier and is higher in protein, which makes even the most basic quality a higher standard. And they don't put the sugars in it as well, I guess, for the for conserving the bread for supermarkets. I don't know bread quality in Australia and New Zealand, but know that USA eats garbage, not bread. Australia and New Zealand's okay. You can find really good bread, but I think it's more the quantity, like and the ease of accessibility. Like there's a huge bakery culture, I think, in Europe, and so in Australia and New Zealand, you have your baker, but it's assigned to and attached to the supermarket usually. And so I do think that like that freshly baked bread, and a lot of these breads are transported from a lot of areas. And so freshly baked bread is possible to get, but I would say that it is much more rare than what you find in Europe. And so when you get that freshly baked bread, even just a croissant, and you just, so good. So good. It was nice meeting Coffee. Yay! Yes, the thing is, I'm so glad that you guys got to meet her because I talk about her so much. She's my bestie. Some of the oldies in the community have known her from years ago, before she moved. When she'd come on every now and again and would do like cooking streams and cocktail streams, which was a lot of fun. We made a gingerbread house together. So she's been on the channel a fair bit, but it was years ago because that's when we lived in the same city. I think that she's so comfortable in front of the camera. We met through an acting course, and so I've always wanted to do more content with her, but it's just not what she's interested in. And you know what? That's fine, but that doesn't benefit me. And so I've always said that I wouldn't be opposed to trying like a podcast style of content with another individual, but I'm like, Coffee's my gal. She's the one that I would want to do it with. Anyway, maybe one day she'll come around. I probably eat meat like 3 times a week. Originally that was due to cost, but now it's still the cost, yeah. Only buy meat on discount. That's actually one of the things that turned me vegetarian was in America. This is 10 years ago. So although I only turned vegetarian a few years after, I always make America my I think that was my inception of fully turning vegetarian, because I went there and I went to just, buy your stock standard, just make like a chicken and rice or whatever. And then I went to go get some just meats in general, and I was like, this is so expensive. And now meat is just expensive everywhere, but it's just so unaffordable that I kind of just started not eating meat. And then when I came back, I just didn't really reintroduce it into my diet. And then Coffee, my friend, she being vegetarian her whole life, and I'd go to her house. She's also an amazing chef. She would cook all of these phenomenal vegetarian meals. And so it just got to a point, I was dating someone at the time, or I was in a relationship with someone at the time. After we split up, I was kind of like, maybe I should just go vegetarian now. And so I did. And so I've been vegetarian for several years now. Preservatives, sorry, yes, not sugars. Preservatives, other things, yeah. I do think that Australian and New Zealand breads put a lot of, like, stuff that you get from the supermarket, put a lot of preservatives in them, which makes it not so fresh and healthy. Even with all the smoking warnings, yes, even with all the smoking warnings, people still smoke up a cloud over in Europe for sure. You can get good bread in the US, but have to search for it. Yeah, so similar in Australia and New Zealand. I think the supermarket bread I do appreciate more than the US supermarket bread. I found that was very sweet, and it just feels wrong. But yeah, just a nice European, just like 3 ingredients. That's all. So good. Eastern European, yeah, not the rest anymore, I think. Oh, that's a shame, 9 folks. Okay. Yes, very glad to wash my clothes. Don't tell her this, but she's very cute. Shh, I know she's very cute. So you do not have to, worry about she sharing your secrets with me. I'm well aware. I have said for a long time that I'm very disappointed that woman's not gay. I would have put a ring on it so long ago. Or at least, you know what? I probably wouldn't have, because she has higher standards, so. But I would have shot my shot, I'll tell you what. No, she's a wonderful person. I love my friend so dearly. And like I said, it's so nice to have someone that you can spend such close proximity with and not get sick of. And just be able to rattle off and chat about this, that, and the next thing. Solve the world. Oh, for example, I solved every campaign ever. With my friend. So if you are in politics, I've got a really good idea for you. If you're in politics and you're it's coming up to an election and you want to get elected, I figured out a really good campaign strategy, and that's just do a good job when you're in office. And I know it sounds crazy. I know it sounds like a little bit crazy, but like, imagine if like you did a good job in office for several years, and then by the time that it's election time, people want to like vote for you again. I really think I'm onto something. I really do. I just think if they just do a good job, like that would just be such a good campaign. And anyway, I know maybe I've been sipping the Kool-Aid for a bit, but I just really feel like I'm onto something there. Yeah, like crazy talk, it would never work. Just trust me. I really think that maybe they should just try it. Maybe just if you're in politics, if you're in a political party, especially if you're a leader, just try it. See what happens. Like if you just try and do a good job, I mean, what's the worst that could happen? Like maybe you don't get voted in the next time, but maybe if you just try to do a good job, then like, who knows, your campaign could work. I'm just putting it out there. Just as a thought, just as an idea. Just try it. It's not Nike, just do it. It's just try it. Clem, just try it. Anyway, so those are some of the kind of massive epiphanies that we had during our 7 days together. We have very much kindred spirits. We were not took us a while to find one another because we were in the same course as how we met. But it wasn't until I moved apartments and I started taking a different tram into the course that we're going to, that we now started taking the same one together. And that's when we started being like, hey, you're a nerd. Alcohol gone, how you going? I miss paying $6 a kilo for lamb. I know, right? This is like the equivalent of when people are like, back in my day, our hamburgers were 50 cents. I'm like, damn. I'd probably still be a meat eater if they were 50 cents, let's be real. Every supermarket here gets fresh bread delivered every morning. Okay, well, that's good. No wonder coffee likes Norway. It's just, that idea just sounds so wonderful. I would have to look up how Australia and New Zealand do it, because I will admit that my understanding of production over there is a little lackluster. But fresh bread, so good. The problem is a good job is subjective. Most people in power automatically believe they're doing a good job, even if they are a narcissistic man-child. Do they, though? Let me think about it. I'm not convinced they think they're doing a good job, because I think that a lot of the time they're just telling people they're doing a good job so they can stay in power. Do they actually believe it? I'm not so convinced, but that might be, maybe I'm not a narcissist. You guys can be the judge of that. If you think I'm a narcissist, well, thanks for thinking about me. It's like the song "You're So Vain." We were doing it for a quiz with my parents, and we were doing this in the quiz with my parents. There we go. And it was the like, who is this song? Was it that? Or we were just talking about it. Doesn't matter. But we were talking about who it's supposed to be about, and I just automatically was like, me, obviously. And I mean, it's in the lyrics. You probably think the song is about you. Duh. Why wouldn't it be about me? Anyway. So if you guys didn't know, the song You're So Vain was actually written about me even before I was born, because they just knew. They knew. Close proximity and not get sick of seems weird these days. Quality time then logging off is so much cleaner, isn't it? It's just the like, hey, I'm gonna go to bed now. Log off. No, yeah, bye. And then you're just still awake for several hours. Okay, so Croatia has laws that restaurants need to have separate space for smokers and ventilation. It's regulated but not forced. There are occasional fines, so some places ignore it. Yeah, it wasn't so bad when I was there. To get first you need to play dirty, and when you're in seat, you're dirty by default. Exactly. Politics, am I right? I tried Clem if I had the chance. Damn. Well, unfortunately, I don't think they really sell them in Australian supermarkets, but I did get very excited to see the clementines when I was in the Balkans. I was like, clementines! They're here! They exist! Why squander your chance to make bank and keep some semblance of humanity? You got brain worms? You crazy? Alright, we are about to hit another ad break, but I'm just gonna keep on yapping, so if you want to yap, consider subscribing, but, you know, no stress. Ads are a free way to help support the channel, so we'll see you on the other side. Hamburgers were 50 cents, college degrees 10k. College degrees were free once upon a time. Let's remember that as well. I know they're free in some countries still, but there are a lot of countries that privatize them, the education, and it's just... But yeah, houses, 50k. Boomers did have it nice and still do. The problem? Indeed. Capitalism only works when you're the one making money. Why don't we just all make money then? Oh my god. Wait. Wow. Why didn't I not think about this before? Wow. I'm solving so many of the world's problems. Let's just all make money, guys. It's like what the Finance Bros content creators say, where it's if you want to become a millionaire, just invest 10,000 now. Like just invest 10,000. And it's like, where did I, where's my, how do I do that? Where's the 10,000? How do I make 1,000,000 if I don't even have 10,000? I was talking to Coffee a little bit about my job and whatnot, and she was asking about retirement and superannuation and these things. And she's like, do you put money aside for your superannuation, is what they call it in Australia? And I was like, babes, I've been living month to month for a long time. You think I have enough to pop aside for the superannuation? And she said, fair enough. Anyway, but thank you guys for helping me live month to month by watching the ads. That is very kind. But like I said, I'm feeling a lot more cruisy and casual now that I'm in the UK, which I actually thought would have been more expensive. The expenses that I'm accruing, the expenses that I have at the moment are kind of larger ones rather than ongoing ones, which are nice. Like having to pay the tax man, and just buying new equipment. So I think that now that I'm back in the UK, I'll look at that second monitor, because I turned my PC on and I went, this ain't it. Yes, Bobby, Warren Beatty is my understanding as well, that it's about Warren Beatty. That was what I thought too. I just ended a friendship with narcissists. I know that tells you don't have enough of them. Yes, but perhaps I'm hiding them online. Have you considered this? Pretty confident you're not a narcissist. If you are, you're a bloody good one. Thank you. No, not a narcissist, just vain. So vain does sound a late 19th century abstract painter. Ah, yes, I have a Sylvain in my lounge. I love it. I can see it right there. Oh, that's good. But yes, I'm sorry to hear that you had a narcissist friend. They're not fun. Yes, I relate too much to that statement. Hi Cobra. In some defense of boomers, sure, the houses were 50K, but the interest rate was also 20%. You know what? Fair enough. Who will we prey on to support our lifestyle then? The reason why I'm taking so long to answer is because like I did have a lot of intrusive thoughts come in, and I was like, I'm getting better at letting the intrusive thoughts out, but I was like, no, those ones we should probably keep those in. Who can we prey on? Maybe you know what? Maybe I feel like any answer I could say is wrong. Let's prey on traditional media outlets. That feels like a safe answer. I don't know how we will get the money from them. Or social media? I don't know. No, I'm gonna stick with my first one. That feels like a non-problematic answer. Yeah, I'm done now. Bye. Coffee. We still have 2 hours of driving. I just stare at the wall right in for ages. Sorry, the road. Yeah, I'm done now from this conversation. Okay, I have returned. What would you like to talk about? I like it. We all make money. That sounds like communism to me. Capitalism works when there's no monopolies. We have global monopoly companies. Don't read to this. I'm pro-communism. I also, no, but genuinely, when I was in even the Balkans with completely different languages, I was like, well, it's just all the same shops, isn't it? Shared. Was chatting with Tree, came back to the best quote. Maybe I'm not a narcissist. Well, maybe I am. I don't know. If you want to be a millionaire, just ask mommy and daddy for a chill 10 mil to start a property empire. Exactly. So just that's fine. It's all good. Boba also pro-communist, but unfortunately it will never work due to the greed of man. Well, because, look, the thing is, I actually, my knowledge on communism and socialism is, again, very poor. But my understanding is even communist companies have moved more communist countries, sorry, have moved more capitalist anyway, and that in itself shows if they have the discrepancy of wealth that it's probably not working. And like you say, maybe because of the greed of man. But I also know that we get fed a lot of the like, communism is bad because it's different. And I'm like, I don't actually know what it is. Like the idea of just everyone's equal, that sounds nice, but some are more equal than others. Y'all know that one. So I think it's something I love history, and I actually have been getting a newfound interest in politics in a way, because I'm like, wow, politics is just history in the making. And so it has made me a bit more intrigued, but it's like I've only dipped like my pinky toe in. There's so little that I know, and so I'll cover that topic when it fully bites me, whereas at the moment I'm just interested in like kingdoms and whatnot. But I think that that's where some of this politics interest is coming in, because for example, the fact that Yugoslavia was a country, and so I've just basically traveled in what was once called Yugoslavia, that only separated only within the last few decades. And so it's crazy to me. And that is technically politics, but I am looking at it through the lens that I enjoy, which is history. And so I think that I'll probably end up getting that bug. So don't let me talk about politics on stream. Don't do it. I don't wanna. But maybe I'll become slightly more knowledgeable and it will accidentally seep into it, but more as a did you know that this is happening? But don't let me get there. Nice, whatever. The confluence of capitalism with capitalism taken to the extremes of monopoly and oligopolies. There we go. Thank you so much for the resub. Don't let me do it.
Clem.
Cheers. Cheers. Let me read this one again from Bobby. The confluence of capitalism with capitalism taken to the extremes of monopoly and oligopolies dominating every economic sector. Yeah, different animals. That's the one. Oh, Tim Tams, so tasty. So envious that you have Tim Tams. You too can be a multi-millionaire with the investment of meager $3 million from your father. The one. Oh, the filter is filtering. It's working. There we go. Let them roam free. Prayan is my favorite Catholic Pokemon. Adorable. Let the gremlin answer. I'm not letting the intrusive thoughts in. I will tell you that when I was pausing about the intrusive thoughts, I was going to just say something about, like, insert minority here. And then I felt like that was a little bit cheeky. And now you've wiggled it out of me, okay? You've wiggled it out of me. You've done it, okay? You happy? You happy that you're trying to get me cancelled? Because I will take another holiday. I'll do it. Anyway, parent social media sounds like someone who's on social media, not someone who harms the platforms themselves. This is also true. Kit Kat. Hi. We found at least one of the 12,000 tons. Also, hi JC. Nice to see you. Thank you. Thank you very much for hanging out over on the YouTubes. Politics, history, yeah, anthropology. Is that what I'm into? Do I like anthropology? I do like analyzing people. I do. I don't like interacting with them necessarily. But I do. Maybe that's what it is. It's not history, it's anthropology. Fascinating. Where's everything come from? I'll have to get because anthropology, can I get a clearer definition of that? That's the study of humans, or is there something more to it? The financial decline of Soviet Russia might have been more related to the cost of Chernobyl than any ism. Ooh. Yeah, fair enough. Barter system, bring it back! Narcissism isn't always a deal breaker for friendships if they are aware that they are narcissists and also aware that interactions are tempered with this in mind. I could feel that. Calpy says the moon is made of cheese, though. It is, and that's why I'm trying to get there so I can munch on it and then feel nauseated. There we go. The moon is made out of molecules, which is the same thing cheese is made of. Therefore, moon is cheese. Checkmate. Love it. Love it. How are the rest of the plushies? I did open up the bag, so I'm hoping that they're a little bit fluffier, but I haven't taken them out of the bag because I am concerned that I have nowhere to put them. But now that Rumi has tidied up the attic, I might deck out that place a little bit more, which will be a lot of fun. And so I don't think the plushies will be able to be on camera up in the attic because I just don't have the space for it. However, I do think that I'll give them like a hammock or a bed or something for them to all sleep on, which will be quite cute. Gotta run, no stress, Nine Fox, do your thing. Narcissism isn't a deal breaker for friendships. If you're also a narcissist or a dumbass, fair enough. They'll harm you and refuse to take accountability. That's a deal breaker for anyone healthy. I think the reason I'm not weighing in so hard on the narcissism is because I'm like, I feel as if I should double check the definition of narcissism because there are plenty of narcissists and I'm thinking of people that I have been personally harmed by, but I'm like, can you have a narcissist who doesn't necessarily harm you or make you feel terrible? That's kind of where my mind is. Is that a possibility? I'm sure it is, but is by definition a narcissist someone who brings other people down for their own sake? I will catch up and then we'll consider that. I think communism and socialism are terms that many people don't understand. Yeah, exactly. Even some that read Marx don't understand actual systems. Everyone have their picture and we might fight it. Even base terms are not communicated. I also think that it's really hard to have like true communism, true socialism, when we are so ingrained with the class system and capitalism that we have already. So maybe in another 100 years' time, we'll be more able to, well, not us, we won't be here, but people will be more able to see a truer version of it, or we'll just keep on going down the capitalist route or the imperial route. I don't know. Empirical, like empire, imperial. No, imperial I think was right, but not imperial. Imperial. Anywho, we're basically near the Star Trek system of planets, but it does remove individualism and identity. I'm always so torn on the comfort of justness and a true socialistic world when it flips to banality and conformity, such a nice edge of ideology. There's a lot of fun words. I will admit, I was like, ooh, banality, conformity, ideology. Like, it's just nice on the tongue. However, I hadn't considered that. But I guess it is reminding me of Brave New World and how the world that he built was assign, like making sure to assign people to certain roles and not anyone can do anything because... Yeah, okay. No, I see what you're saying. I've read Marx years ago, still don't understand political theory at all, that's one. And people are scary, exactly right, Enlock. Or the left-right is so outdated. It's so TD. Like, that's the thing. If people like try, if they're trying to argue binary, I'm like, left and right is even more binary than anything else you guys are trying to argue. Ugh. Anyway. Anthropology is the study of humans on a macro level. Okay, so that's why there is like the bones and whatnot here. Down with the binary, that's the one. Hi, Kiwi man. Hi, good to see you. We've just been hanging. We're just taking it easy. My brain's not been braining a lot. If they can't accept they are narcissists, then distancing yourself is a great option. Amen. Yes, same, see mama, with the saying hi to people if you haven't said hi earlier. Narcissism as a definition isn't quite the same thing as narcissism as a diagnosis. Okay, maybe, yeah, okay, cool. I can accept that for sure. Hey, I forgot that we had Xclamputer to define these things. So Xclamputer says narcissist, one who shows extreme love and admiration for themselves, an egotist or egoist. no, that should say egotist, right? A person full of egoism and pride, and an emotionally abusive parent that prioritize their well-being over the children. But it doesn't have to be about a parent, because I know that when people say a narcissistic parent, that's where they bring in this like their prioritization of the well-being over the children. Whoa. I'm gonna have to message my friend, because I just realized that we had this conversation about someone's parent, and I was like, you guys have given me
This is
the
to
term.
go towards
It's
some
narcissist. They
fairy
have a
lights in the
narcissistic
stream
parent.
room. Kia kaha. Arohanui take bum.
Thank you, Aroha Nui, much appreciated. I that's the word, because I was trying to explain a relationship, and that's, yeah. They have a narcissistic parent, the poor thing. Oh no. Screw plushies to the brick wall for sound. That would be hilarious. It probably would work as well. You want some milk chocolate? That sounds wonderful. Yes, please. Imperials and by empirical is the fact base. Thank you, Bobby. That's the one I was looking for. So it is I am. Thank you. Thank you. I appreciate that. There's one of them talking to the astronauts after they went around the moon. Ooh. Maybe a chocoholic, but I'm also a chocolate snob, and we love that you have standards. Good afternoon, Full Truth. I don't think you understand what narcissism is, and that's okay. Maybe with cracking open a DSM-5, I don't think a narcissist would actively accept that they are narcissists, because it actively goes against the core traits. Oh, well, I feel like putting all of the weight in the DSM-5 is also not something that I would suggest so casually, because as we know, these things get updated all the time, and they also, you know, there have been so many things that have been disproven, and so I think that saying that we must crack open the DSM-5 just to get the understanding of what it is an understanding rather than the understanding, and it's important to see how other people use the word. You can have an absolute definition, but how one uses the word is also just important. And you know, like I mean this literally instead of figuratively, or how people say literally when they mean figuratively. And so it is just being aware of that kind of stuff as well. How's everyone? Well, I don't know how everyone is, but I hope you're well, Full Truth. The bones and whatnot is archaeology. Fuck. So anthropology is different again. Yeah, he's fluffing up well. We had a bit of a punch on so that I could fluff him up more. Hi, Bedinsis. There we go. Sociology is a systematic and scientific study of society, social institutions, and human social relationships. It explores how social structures such as family, class, and culture influence human behavior, and how individuals in turn create, maintain, or change these structures. It ranges from analyzing everyday interactions to global social processes. There we go. Too many fake Instagram bots, we block them all day long, while at least you're getting through them. The left-right is mostly because of how representative democracies works. We fight for 50% plus. Yeah, I don't know a better system, but I don't want to be one camp and agree with everything. Yes, and I think that can be really detrimental as well, because I am seeing a lot of this like all or nothing identity, I guess, in politics. Identity politics, is that? No, that's not what it is. Identity in politics, where it's like just because you vote one way means that you have to agree with everything that party is doing. It's like, no, it's just I have to vote, and or rather I should vote, because voting is a responsibility, and they have enough values that that's where I want to put the priority for this term. But then if you don't agree with this, it's like, I know, especially on the internet, and so that's why it's nice to step away from the internet sometimes, but especially on the internet, it's like, what? You don't agree with all of this? Well, then you're against us. And so there's a lot of that in-house fighting, which can be really sad. But yes, I agree. I don't have any answers for a better system, but I think that all my answers I do have basically, you're just doing what you can and voting on what you think is right, and you can change your mind, and you don't have to have an all or nothing approach. You can disagree, and disagreement is healthy. On my road trip, we had one disagreement in particular where I just did not and this is again why I love my friend so much. I did not feel her point of view whatsoever. I'm not saying I didn't see her point of view, but I was just like, I just don't feel that way whatsoever. Like I don't want to get into it. It's nothing. It was like actually such a trivial conversation, but I would not want to speak on Coffee's behalf. So basically, we had a disagreement where I held one kind of thought process, she held another thought process, and I was like, yep, I do not feel that way whatsoever. And so we discussed it more, and we ended up in a healthy place where we could see where one another was coming from, but just didn't, I still am not, I'm still not convinced that her point of view, like I just don't feel the same way, and that's fine. We can disagree on this. Whereas I think that a lot of the time when people are debating or on this side or that, there is this need to prove the other person wrong instead of whereas I prefer trying to at least understand where the other person is coming from. And so now I understand where she was coming from, but I'm also like, but I don't feel that way. It hasn't made me now, and similarly, like, I don't think that my opinion was wrong. Like I said, it was such a trivial thing, but the only reason I'm not sharing explicitly is because the conversation was a little bit about privacy and public, and so I feel like it would be somewhat hypocritical of me to now publicly air a conversation that was about privacy and publicity. If it's not obvious, it was a lot to do with the stories that I share online. So it does feel hypocritical to share it explicitly when that was what the conversation was about. But yeah, she was like, no, I don't, like, I'll share this. Like, I don't think that this stuff should be public. And I was like, I don't think that matters. And through it all, I still don't think it matters. I still don't think that her point of view I agree with. Maybe that's because I've been in a public platform for several years, so maybe I'm more comfortable with sharing things a little bit more publicly. Maybe not. I don't know. But we didn't like lose a friendship over it, and disagreement is healthy. Whereas the most part, I still want her to be my podcaster. And isn't that great? She would make a good podcast co-host in that case, because we would have healthy disagreements. Yeah. Oh man, I love that woman. Anywho, I'm just going to catch up with these things as well. Regarding narcissism, one should make a difference between having narcissistic traits and having a narcissistic personality disorder. That, I think, is a really good way of putting it, Bed. You have put this to bed. Yes, I think that is a good point. Not so that we shouldn't be conflating narcissism, narcissistic traits, narcissistic personality disorder, the latter being something that could start being included in the DSM-5. Yes. And then Narcissus himself, of course. Defining anthropology is the holistic, scientific, and social study of humanity, mainly using ethnography as its method. I have no idea what ethnography is. That sounds almost like ethics, ethnic groups. Maybe that's got some shared words there. Hi, Sheen. Narcissism doesn't know they're narcissists. Am I a narcissist? Yeah, exactly. That's why I was like, maybe I could be a narcissist. I don't know. I don't think I am, but maybe I am. And maybe the fact that I don't think I am is proving that I am a narcissist. Anthropology does include the bones, but it looks at the changes over time, not an individual level. Thanks, Toke. That's actually really nice and concise. Humans have no real understanding how consciousness functions. Also true. We pretend to cause monetizing. We pretend to because monetizing doing it so is quite lucrative. Given the zeitgeist, though, if we don't understand how human consciousness works, pouring all our resources into developing mechanical consciousness to emulate it, perhaps maybe not the best strategy. Maybe just like a little idea, maybe a little. Yeah, Bobby, don't disagree. Just woke up, where snacks are stuck, scarf and necklace. You're not the first person to ask. Basically, I gave him a punch up, and I didn't want him to hurt me back with a thick piece of it's called greenstone, or pounamu is the Māori word, because I knew that would probably be a bad time for me. But he's looking nice and fluffy now because of our punch up. Look at that big belly. Isn't that looking good? Oh, so I just haven't put it back on. It's really as simple as that. I was like, I'll grab him, but I just haven't put it back on. Also, political parties can change, and the flip. Yes, exactly. The Republican Party used to be left. Yes, for example, I think so. It was Abraham Lincoln who freed the slaves. That would be something considered left these days. Or rather, even those days, that's something that is less conservative, maybe. I don't know. The terms left and right and conservative and all these kinds of things and liberal, they just seem reductive and in any way. It's so binary, so black and white. It just, anyway, but you are correct. And so, yeah, the Democrats were the right in the States, and then it swaps over, and yeah. It should all be taken with a grain of salt. Hi, Savio. I've been well. I've just come back from a road trip with my friend. It was so much fun. I was in the Balkans. Being open to what the other side is saying and revising your whole world view accordingly. Wholly antithetical to modernity. Yeah. Oh, well. We gotta do it when the aliens come, though. She won. We get it. Wow! The thing is, that makes me want to share the argument so I can get your opinions on it now. Now I'm thinking about all the ways that I could share this. Was this bait? Is this bait? Were you baiting me to share more of this? Because it's working. I'll tell you what. Hook, line, and sinker. Oh my goodness. Okay, what can I share that would be okay? I really do want to share the story. Maybe I'll save it for the spill the tea. What's the stream about? That's a good question, Dexter. I have no idea. I liken my content to meeting up with a friend over a cup of coffee. You don't necessarily go to plan out what conversations you're going to be talking about. You just talk. And sometimes it's about the latest movie. Sometimes it's about anthropology. Sometimes it's about who you're thirsting on at the moment. I don't know. If I did, I think I would be a more successful content creator, because then I'd know how to market myself. So welcome on in, join in the conversation. Yep, that's me. Disagreements are healthy. They can bring you to reassess your own opinions. Exactly. They're truly your opinion. Yes. Are they truly your opinion or a conditioned response? Have circumstances changed that might warrant a change? Yes. And so I think that in this example, which I haven't really given, it was nice because I could see someone else's perspective, but I'm not now changing my perspective because I felt like I was wrong, or that I don't see another perspective. It's just that's just not how I feel about it. And also I don't feel like I'm changing my opinion to cater and people please to someone else's opinion, because I know that is a massive thing, especially on the internet. Like I filter myself as a content creator. There are definitely things that I've been filtering and being careful and cautious about. But I think I've been trying to let go of that a little bit more, because I have tried to also realize that I'm like, I don't think I have any takes that are so bad that I really, if that were a little bit maybe controversial, that it would just be a conversation to be like, okay, I see how that is. Yeah, you're right, I'm wrong. Okay, cool, move on. So I'm trying to be a little bit better at being comfortable. This is going to sound so reductive. Comfortable having opinions. I know it sounds so silly, but I really do feel like even just like a movie review, right? And sometimes people will wait, or a game review, whatever it is, people will wait to see the general consensus on a product before having and sharing their own opinion and their own view. And I think I'm just getting more comfortable with the idea of like, well, if everyone else says it's crap and I like it, like I don't have to defend that. That's fine. And so I'm not even talking about these like more controversial political takes. In fact, I really wish that politics wasn't controversial. I think that we would have a lot healthier voting and approach to politics if it wasn't so controversial. But I do think that even with movies, that people, if someone's like, yeah, I really like this, and it goes, you like that? Why? Gross. And I guess that just, if it's anthropology, if it's sociology, whatever theology, or onomy, whatever it is, that shows, humans are social after all, and we don't want to be ostracized, and we do want to fit in for the most part, and it can be hard to go against the grain, and it sucks that a lot of people are like, ugh, how dare you? How dare you have that opinion? Like, that's where the binaries are getting created, right? Instead of living in a nice, beautiful shade of gray, of which there are not 50. Spill the tea pod when I've actually been trying to work on it. You know what, Kiwi Man, is that this disagreement I had with my friend actually was about the podcast, because I wanted to have her on see, this is what I can share. I wanted to have her on, and I said, hey, if I were to have you on as like a guest, you wouldn't have to do it with me every single time. I'll figure out the rest of them. But if I were to have you on for an episode, even if they're only 15 minutes, half an hour, whatever, doesn't have to be a full hour, I would love to talk about this topic. And she didn't want to talk about the topic. There you go. Now we have found a nice segue of the conversation and the disagreement and the reasons why she didn't want to talk about it. I was like, I don't agree with those reasons. I think it's fine, and I'm still probably going to talk about it, just maybe not with her. Yeah. No, that feels cruel. I don't know, I'll figure it out. So I am thinking about it, but I'm also wondering if I have to rename, or if it will be like a cozy down here, spill the tea. I'm looking into it, is all. It's something that I want to, like 2026, I really want to experiment and play around with on YouTube a bit more. I've kind of, since I've moved, I've kind of gone wayward in that regard, but I want to get back onto it now that I am back from my travels. Okay, I'm very far behind. I'm going to speed through these things. Hi G-Spank, hello. Narcissistic traits, behaving like you have no empathy, diagnosed narcissism, actually having no empathy, mythological narcissist, rejecting a hot nymph and regretting it, and gouging your eyes out to your own reflection. Thank you for the nice, concise explanation, Bobby. Much appreciated. All I know about consciousness is that it's easy to lose when it's hot or you see a needle. British cub, Australian, Irish, nice try. They're getting there. I miss this vibe. Thank you, Night Warrior. I miss being here as well. The chronic sharer doesn't need much bait. I know, right? Disagreements are healthy, but if you're a politician and you're okay to talk with the other side, you find middle solution, then you can't smash you, disappoint them, you're a betrayer. I know, right? But I just recently learned about the super coalition in Germany, and so I don't know enough about it. I haven't looked into it, but my dad kind of made a joke because New Zealand is having an election this year, and so So we do have two major political parties that often form coalitions so that they can be the ones in power, because they often don't get enough seats to be the only ones in power, or at least in parliament rather, or at least it's been a long time. And so my dad kind of made a joke where it's like, or Labour and National, the two major parties in New Zealand, they could just form a super coalition, and then they don't have to worry about all the little parties. And I was like, can they actually do that? And he said, yeah, they did it in Germany. So it's basically where the two major parties, and it doesn't work in a republic, I believe, because I think that presidential elections a little bit different. But again, that's just my lack of knowledge of politics. But in the political structure that we have in UK, Australia, New Zealand, Parliament, basically. It's about getting the seats, which I think... Anyway, and so the two major parties could just form a super coalition, and then I'm actually not against this in a lot of ways, because then they'd actually have to work together to create plans for several decades rather than they're just 3 years in term. And that'd be crazy. Instead of trying to undo everything that the previous party did. Anyway, I digress. I have to get through all of these. This is evidence you have shared enough of yourself that we're fully aware of how to effectively bait you. Exactly. Coffee was correct. Fuck, you guys might be right. New Zealand cub, you got it. You got it. You can call me a little Kiwi or a little chick if you want. A little Kiwi chick. I am thirsty for coffee. This is also true. Hey, enjoy your chai. That sounds wonderful. What part of the world? Oh, yes, yeah, for the 11 a.m. Confident in your opinion? Yeah, maybe just like feeling comfortable and confident to having a differing opinion instead of trying to go with the consensus or what the other one is. Comfortable having an opinion? Ugh, typical women, exactly. Politics is very, yeah. The thing is that my takes, I think, on politics are not even hot takes. They're just very lukewarm. Where it's like we all know the whole system sucks, but I also don't have a solution for a better one, you know? Be curious, not judgmental is such a beautiful quote. I like that a lot. Even just blue cheese, yes. Empathy is our greatest strength. That's beautiful as well. I had that with our last Airbender movie. Yes, I do struggle with the name M. Night Shyamalan. I probably said it wrong, but I tried. I loved it. Didn't realize how crap it was until my kids made me watch the series. There we go. I'm colorblind. Everything is a shade of gray. Yeah, that's not how it works for most people. Hi Trace, good to see you. Empathy can defy logic. Ooh. I actually do agree with this as well, because especially coming back to narcissists who will use it as manipulative, right? Where people can use people's empathy against them. Oh, but two sides of the same coin, perhaps. Greatest strength and worst enemy. I think two sides of the same coin. She definitely won. Fucking hell. Politics will never be uncontroversial. In ancient Rome, got to the point that 1% owned all of the farmland. A Roman politician pushed a platform to change that and was beaten to death by poor people, paid by the 1%. Oh my god. 2,000 years later, yeah, we still got the same political situation. Oh god, yeah. And even like more than 2,000 years, hey. If we had managed to get her as pod partner, you'd have to call it Still the Coffee, true. Which is actually kind of sweet. I don't mind that. Bipartisan New Zealand, just like the Ireland. I will talk about any topic, but I'll stare at every convo towards Star Wars if I given a chance. So, for example, when they were voting and trying to get... You know what, Toke? In politics, any conversation that's about politics is such an easy segue when it comes to Star Wars. Yeah, I respect it. Becca's question is why and how is Winston Peters still alive? No, we're not getting that far into it. The two parties just give each party an island and let them throw whatever kind of party they want. People choose what kind of party they want in 10. I'd go with the one with the cupcakes. I love that. Hi Twinkie Pops, how you going? You lost consciousness before? Yes, I have fainted is the word. One part is to be comfortable to have an opinion, but I think now people are scared, confident to be in a thinking phase. If you're hesitant, you are weak. Ooh, yeah. I think that I'm also being a lot more comfortable in my thinking as well. So, for example, when I was trying to decide what we wanted to do when we hit all of the snow, my friend was like, "Are you sure? Are you sure?" And I was like, "Yeah, I just need," because I just went silent for a bit and I just needed to listen to myself. And then I go, "This is what I want to do." And she's like, "Are you sure?" And I said, "Yes, I just needed that little time to think so that I am now certain, rather than just rattling off and then having to backtrack." It just goes, pause. I'm comfortable with my thinking, pause. And now we can continue. Oh, I could podcast with Jacinda. Auntie Cindy would be a great podcast co-host. Do we build nuclear power plants? Sorry, I don't know. You're busted. You should say yes or no. I don't know that one. Sorry, Crossbow. I am the Senate. Absolutely. The Empire was right. Like, do you mean that like right leaning or left leaning, or do you mean that they were correct? Where did you lose your consciousness? Well, I'm still trying to look for it. So if I knew, then I would know where I lost it. You know what I mean? You passed your board exam! Congratulations! That was wonderful! Oh my god. Yes, I knew you meant it was correct, but I was making a bad joke about the left and right politics. Anyway, so gremlins on my shoulder. Paris syndrome, and also what I am about to say about opinions. And so I'm just feeling like I'm trying to be maybe more certain, like you said, more confident on how I feel about things, and being okay with taking time to understand them. So if people think I'm weak for that, well, I'm not gonna try and counter that. But I am just maybe steadfast, open but not ignorant. Anyway, so in terms of the conversation we had, I really do want to share and get your opinion, because I think that it would be a pretty mixed bag. But I also think that if you guys like the gossip, that you'd probably be on my side. But that doesn't mean it's the morally correct side to have. Ow, I deserved that. Not about defying logic, more about utilitarianism. So is utilitarianism, is that about thinking about the people or thinking about the individual? I always forget which way around it is. The rebels were a bunch of dirty hippies. I love it. Life is like a box of chocolates. It melts and goes shitty in your hand. But there's always the next box to look forward to. And it's tasty anyway. Not eating it fast enough. It doesn't last long for larger people. That's so cruel. That's nasty, you nasty thing. Not everyone finds melted chocolate all over your hands to be a bad situation. Exactly. It's like, ooh, get some more. Okay, so is there anything else we want to say about politics, left and right opinions? No, I think that the other thing is like conversation, and I recognize this is a difficult conversation when I am behind and having to play catch up, so it's not quite as flowing. But considering where we are, I will go back because I feel like there's a somewhat of segue of being like thinking about what my thoughts are rather than immediately saying something. And we were thinking about Paris syndrome. What is your Paris syndrome? What is the place that you went to and then were disappointed in? So London, I will say, was, I guess, what I expected, but I was disappointed at how difficult it is to get around London, because they have the tube. I thought that it would be a much easier system, and it wasn't. So I think that I'm just but I think I'm critical rather than it not living up to what I thought it would be. Oh, sorry, Bobby. So utilitarianism is the end justifies the means. Okay, my bad. I got that one very wrong. Isn't London basically a maze? Yes! I'll just say yes. That feels about right. Where else have I gone? Australia, New Zealand. Don't remember those countries so much. None of that I really had expectation in. Scotland was exactly what I thought in such a beautiful way. I don't know if I have anything Paris syndrome straight off the bat. The London is all that is coming to. Oh, Peak District. So in the middle of England, so not UK. Well, I guess it's. Anyway, so in the middle of England, I was going to say the UK, but I do feel like it's more south when you consider Scotland as the north, proper north. So Peak District, there were no blinders, so I was like, what the hell is this? But as the name implies, you'd think that there'd be a lot of peaks, you know? You're like, let's go to Peak District. Let's go. And so I'm envisioning maybe not alpine region, like not necessarily these massive mountains, but anyone who is visiting Peak District in England, and if you come from a country like myself that knows about volcanoes and mountains and alpines and ranges, with an A, so it's about P-E-A-K, so like peaks, the peaks. So it makes me think that, you know, you'd see a lot of mountain peaks. But it really does feel like P-double-E-K, which is peeking over, and then the rolling hill kind of comes back down. There were hills. They were absolutely hills. You should see what the Dutch call a hill. Yeah, I can imagine, because it was so flat when I visited the Netherlands. So I was in Peak District, and I was like, this is just New Zealand farmland. This is where we put our sheep and cows because we don't have flatland. So I'm like, where are the peaks? Am I in the Peak District yet? Have I arrived? I'm like checking the map. I will say that there are cool areas in the Peak District, so you can go caving, for example. However, England in particular, it's not exclusive to England, don't get me wrong. I'm not here being like, oh my gosh, this is such a weird thing that England does. But England in particular, they put a pay barrier in front of pretty much anything they can. Truly, truly. And so there'll be old ruins that in other countries, and I can say this with a lot of certainty because I've literally just done this. I can show you a photo of in Croatia going up to an old ruined castle for free. You just gotta hike it. But in England, particularly bad at having paywalls for them rather than just kind of being able to explore. And so I didn't do a lot of these things because I'm like, this is, I'm not paying this. I simply refuse. And so there are cool areas, but do I want to pay to see them? No. So Peak District, I think, is probably my Paris syndrome. So now you guys know. If anyone's like, oh yeah, Peak District, hills. England is basically one long plain. Yeah, it was rolling hills, a few bumps, exactly. When this pretty lady around, it becomes the Peak District. Just a little out of the cave. Behind the pay barrier. If you're unsure if you have peaked yet, just keep going. Doesn't Te Puke mean the hill? I will have to double check that. The word for hill in Maori is not coming to mind immediately, so I will message my brother and find out. You're making me believe it, that's for sure. There's a reason Brits don't do well in the Winter Olympics, exactly right.
My trip was amazing, Sharpa. Also, I got your message all sorted. So that's all done. Thanks for sending that through so we can action it. But you're all sorted in the Discord. But I had a wonderful trip. Truly, I truly did. France. Yes, France was the one. Paris syndrome. Smells funny. Turkey. Locals harassed by. Oh, they arrest your wife. What the heck? Unless you looked at the floor. That's so disgusting. I'm so sorry to hear that. Gibraltar monkeys are hilarious. Disgusting though. And full on in your space. Damn. Yeah, I think that a lot of these romanticized cities probably fall into a similar regard of the like Rome, Venice, Paris. Apparently New York is exactly what you expect though. So if you think it looks overwhelming, you will be overwhelmed. Like New York lives up to its expectations, and whether you think that are positive or overwhelming, yes. I haven't been myself, but it is on my list. And so I think a lot of these big ones. That being said, when I went to Niagara Falls, I was really disappointed, but not because it didn't live up to expectations. It is so powerful and so worth the visit, but go to the Canadian side, not the American side. You see much more. So the Niagara Falls are an impressive piece of work, I tell you what. That was not disappointing whatsoever. It's just like, wow. However, what was disappointing are not the tourists, but just humans in general. I'm like, how can you come to such a stunning area with these, not only the horseshoe fall that is so powerful, but also the American falls, which are beautiful in as well, and just litter everywhere. So much rubbish, just everyone just leaving their plastic water bottles, their coffee cups, wrappers, and not even in a way that's like, oh, it's flown off in the wind. It's literally just, there's this viewing platform where they've just left them. And it's so disgusting. It's actually despicable. I just don't understand how people feel so comfortable just leaving their rubbish around. And I guess also because other people have done it, that they'll do it too. So those things I do feel like can be countered by simply providing more bins, for example. So there is some responsibility of the company that runs this that owns this kind of land. But also just reminding us that if there's no rubbish bin, take your rubbish home. So that was really disgusting. But the falls themselves are still very worth seeing it. It is disgusting, yeah. Yes, many in the UK do the same as well. You're so right. Their answer is someone is paid to clear it up. But then people aren't paid to clear it up. That's why all the rubbish bins are flowing over, because the council aren't putting in measures to make sure that this is being cleaned up. It is utter nonsense. Absolutely right. I agree with you 100%. And I noticed that when I was in Manchester last year, I stayed there for a month. And I was like, there's just rubbish everywhere. And the bins literally just spilling over. And so people aren't paid to clean it up. Otherwise, it would be clean. It would be clean. Yeah. So there is definitely a responsibility of the council, the area, whatever the governing body of that location is, to provide more bins and clear them out regularly. And yeah, you can see, I haven't been to Japan, but what I've heard is that it's a very, very clean country. And that is because of the discipline that is taught to the residents of not taking rubbish and not creating rubbish and all these kinds of things. Responsibility for rubbish is ultimately the one who creates it. Also this. And so I believe that to the extent of manufacturing companies as well. So something that I am not impressed with in the UK since being here is how much all the fruit and veg is plastic wrapped. Like, I don't like, this is just rubbish for the sake of being rubbish. Just have loose, and maybe if I find like a farmer's market, it could be better. But if you just have loose clementines, let's say, then I should just be able to pick a few of those. I shouldn't need to have them all pre-packaged, plastic wrapped. It's just creating unnecessary rubbish. I just want to see what Ian said as well about ruins that are free. This is in the UK as well. But the government funding for heritage maintenance is pretty crap. So the bodies like the National Trust and British Heritage have to get their money from charging. Gotcha. Okay, thank you for that insight, Ian. That does actually make a little bit more sense for the paywalls, I guess. And thank you, Ray, for not only the follow but your contribution. The state of Everest base camps. Oh, is it really? Is it that disgusting? I guess because a lot of people, they don't necessarily go up Everest, but they go to, what's it called? Base. It is just called base camp. Yeah. Well, I'm thinking of the base camp where a lot of people go and then they don't necessarily go up the mountain. But I can imagine that being like a pilgrimage for many people, even if you're not a seasoned mountaineer. And so, yeah, that could be disgusting. Why? It's just so disrespectful. Yeah, so many fruits and vegetables have their own wrapping. They don't need plastic around it as well. Ugh, yeah. Disgusting. Burn the rubbish, yes. Let's just put them all in incinerators and release all of the toxic fumes, especially from the soft plastics. That sounds like a great idea. Although I do want to see an incinerator. Ever since I watched Toy Story 3, I was like, damn, that looks like, maybe that's where I should work if I need to get a regular job. I could go just throw things in an incinerator. That does sound like a job that I would like a lot. I just have to lose my senses first. Well, my sense of smell. Although my sense of smell is not very strong anyway, so maybe I would be perfect for it. Then I just get to watch shit burn, quite literally. Gross. Those base camps look like a Glastonbury cleanup, so disgusting. Ugh. And the thing is, even like with festivals and whatnot, so many people, they buy tents to go to these festivals and then they just leave the tents because they don't want to clean up after it. I guess that's just a reflection of our, what do they call it? Fast fashion, our single use, that's the one. Our single use world that we're living in. And there is a responsibility of people who are purchasing these products, of course. But like Ray said, is the responsibility is also on the people who create it. So the choice of shipping things as single use instead of making, and people talk about this in technology all the time and cars and how, you know, something's broken, you just get a new one. And I think that we can see that not just in younger generations, but our generations, and how people are just so blasé about, yeah, just throw it in the bin. And people have done plenty of research on household waste and food waste and how so much of it is just gone when it could have been perfectly usable. Anyway, I feel quite strongly about rubbish. It makes me sad. Be more effective. Ban the litterers! You have been fined for littering. What's my punishment? Well, that would cut down on the problem real quick. That's the thing is, I am aware that it's like in jest, but I am also aware. So a lot of my approach, for example, is trying to teach by what's it called? By leading, teach through example, like, you know, lead by example. And additionally trying to do positive affirmations rather than the oppressive ruling. But unfortunately, sometimes the oppression is effective. But I don't want people to be scared about littering because they're going to get thrown in an incinerator, but also I don't want them to litter. Oh, how do I feel about this? Now I have to spend my time and my hesitation of how do I feel. Does someone get made an example out of for the good of not littering? Or it's the utilitarianism. The ends must justify the means. Anyway, we're about to hit an ad break. I was thinking about whether or not I skip it and just end. But I'm happy chilling a little bit longer. But I won't be on for too much longer. So if you guys want to head off, then feel free, because we'll just chill for it just a little bit longer. But thank you for supporting through the ads. Very much appreciated. Have you ever been truly poor? No, not me personally. My family have been, but me personally, I am very aware of the privilege I have grown up with. I am, so if you mean truly poor in the sense of money, I suppose, I've never had to live that life, and I am aware of that. I am, I do what I can to recognize that privilege, but because my family and people around me have very much struggled with money, it I hope has made me at least understanding of other people's situations. My mum grew up poor. She grew up with a household of many kids, and they did not have a lot of money whatsoever. They weren't sure if they would even they weren't even sure when the next meal would be, for example. And so I'm just lucky that I don't have to live that. And I know that, and that's only one generation difference. And I'm so proud of her siblings. They've all really done very well to come from the situation that they have. And my grandparents too. And my dad, they weren't wealthy. Would I say they were poor? I think that there's different levels of poor. And so he always was able to have a meal, for example. But they didn't have a lot of money. But he also grew up in a very different country, so education was free. By the time he got to university, it was still free. And so there are other it's other privileges that were allowed to him, because simply because of his spawn of being in Germany at the time. And so then by the time I was born, I've not had to struggle with being poor, and I'm aware of that, and I'm aware that others are not in that situation. But all I can do is be aware. That's all. Hopefully that answered your question. Tino Payo. The first person to ever summit Mount Everest was a Kiwi. They're on our $5 note. So we are, us Kiwis, not that we really have cash in anymore, because it's all digital these days. But yes, Edmund. See, even just talking about New Zealanders, my Kiwi accent comes out stronger. So Edmund Hillary, instead of Edmund Hillary. So Edmund Hillary, they're on our $5 note. So them and Tenzin. Who was his Sherpa? Tenzin Norgay? I think that sounds right. So yes, don't forget that also there was his Sherpa. Remember to throw your old car batteries into the ocean to charge the electric eels. I forgot to do that. Hopefully the people who picked up my car can do that on my behalf. Because otherwise, what else are they taking my car for? Yeah. Okay. We live in a disposable society. Yes, that's the one. And unfortunately, consumerism makes money. Yep. Won't get better anytime soon. Hopefully we can hold people more accountable. Yeah, Singapore is the same. That's true. With their the rubbish. Pretty sure it's really vicious fines. Okay, so for the South Korea as well. So they're clued up on rubbish. Streets are clear, very few rubbish bins. Everyone takes their rubbish with them. Exactly. So that's an example where sometimes more rubbish bins can still cannot solve the problem, because the problem is how people are treating the rubbish. So it's just this like disposable situation, like you say, instead of creating products that are not so disposable, or making everyone bring a reusable coffee cup when they go get their coffee, rather than just getting a takeaway cup. And so in South Korea, I think Japan's the same, where there are very, very few rubbish bins, because you have you go get a boba tea or something and you're like, oh, where do I put this rubbish? And then all the locals are like, where are you going to put their rubbish? Because you seem like a tourist and you're going to make our streets messy. But it's ingrained in the culture of, like you say, taking your rubbish with them and disposing of it at home or whatever it is. And then pretty vicious fines you don't want to be fined. So one poster, not verified, that guides were poisoning climbers to get a kickback on the expensive helicopter rescues. I mean, that kind of disgusting practice has been around for years, millennia. It wouldn't surprise me if at least one person is practicing that. That's gross. So, but yeah, not verified, but let's put it this way: it wouldn't surprise me if it has happened. I've emptied my big rubbish bin once since I moved in my place last year. Maybe emptied my recycling 4 times. We need the resources to help make the right and easy choice for sure. Because people will do it if it's obvious. But if it's convenient. Anyhow, my butler's mansion had a power outage for 5 minutes once, so yeah, I'm accustomed to poverty. Yeah, that would have sucked for you. So I watch Moist Critical, right? And so he just recently, I was catching up with some of those videos because I hadn't watched anything over the last week, and he just did a video on the one of the largest Pokemon TCG collections. And so it has all of these very, very expensive cards. And the girl who is claiming like it's her and her dad's collection, she's like, yeah, I just liked Pokemon when I was young, Swiss family. And I asked Daddy if we could just buy all of the Pokemon cards. There's more to it, but so they did. And it's in her interview, she said somewhere like, yeah, we're just like a regular Swiss family. Oh. Anyway, multi-billionaire. Yeah, we're just like any old family that can afford one of the most rarest and exclusive Pokemon card collections that is valued with so I can't even fathom how much it's valued at. But they're just a regular family. They're just like us. They're just like us. It wasn't all gay. There we go. Anyway, so that's what I'm thinking of. Yeah, my butler's mansion, my butler's quarters. I'm way poor compared with my friends and family, but I've seen poverty. That's a good way of thinking of it as well. Poverty versus poor, like often synonymous, but can have distinction as well. Thank you for the resub. Thank you. Edmund's in your wallet right now. Hell yeah. Yeah, Edmund. UK 50-50 on the person you meet. Some nice places. London, I think it's either you love it or you hate it. That's a bad example because I'm in between. I did enjoy my time in London. I truly did. I have no intention of living there whatsoever. It is not a place where I would feel comfortable. I think that it is, for all the talk of the tube, it is poorly catered for pedestrians. It is not a city built for people. But it's kind of cool. Like I do like all of the older architecture, even if it is like a touristy stereotype to go see. Um, uh, Big Ben and Buckingham Palace. They are grand, and you can also go, wow, like the monarchy and this whole stuff is ridiculous, but it is grand and it is fascinating. And the Tower Bridge, it's cool. I went there, and the bridge went up, and so that was quite a feat to see. And then I went for a show. Like I have every intention of going back to London to go see as many West End shows as I can, within budget, of course. And I have no issues with going to London and visiting London, but I don't love London, and I don't see it as a place that is like, yeah, like I just want to live here. I'd love to move to London. I'm quite happy being close to London, so I have the it's what it has to offer is accessible. If I do want to go, say, to the Natural History Museum, I want to go there at some point, but I'm quite happy being a 90-minute train ride or whatever it is. I haven't seen the Cadbury store yet, though. That is in Birmingham, so that is in another city altogether in England that I have yet to go. Thank you, Tyler, for the follow, and thank you for the follow from Hamza as well, and the resub as well. Need to ban single-use plastics worldwide to solve the problem. Yeah, best of luck with that, for sure. Regular Swiss family these days worth at least 10 mil. Yeah, she's just a regular Swiss family. Oh, Ray, that is very kind for the 3 months in advance. I just realized that as well. I'm glad you're enjoying yourself. If not for Built for People, are they saying they're aliens? I'm not saying aliens, but perhaps the reptilians, Hope you're well, Tyler. Can we just recognize the fact that it's just a painted piece of card? What people put value in makes life seem like a can crusher. So depressing, exactly. It is ridiculous, isn't it? And I'm like, we talking about the poor and poverty, and then we think about how these people have millions of dollars in painted cards, and it's like, oh. But don't worry, I'm sure that they give generously to charities so that they can get tax deductions on the end of financial year. Thanks for the like, Anakim. I live 30 miles north of London. London is great to visit. Yeah, never want to live there. I haven't converted my kilometers to miles yet. So I've just been doing it by time. How long does it take to take a train or drive to this place? Because the miles through me, especially because people often say how it's just America and I think 2 other countries that still use imperial units, but the UK, England specifically, the UK, they've just managed to sneak under the radar to be like, yeah, isn't it crazy that America hasn't adopted the metric system? Those crazy Americans. That, they could have had a good if they had just stayed a colony. But here they are driving around in miles. A lot of it's just, I can't believe, I don't understand why they still have miles everywhere. If people are going to say it's an expense thing, no, it is not. It's just ridiculous. I too would never live amongst the redcoats. Sheffield sounds like a good in-between. Sheffield, I have to remember where this is. London. We should just be friends, yeah. There's London, then moving north, several formal industrial cities with good soccer teams, then Scotland, exactly. I really liked my time in Manchester. I think that if I didn't have Rumi, that I probably would have gone up there just for familiarity. Geez, it really shows you how if you look at the map, it's really, really obvious how much of Scotland it keeps on going. Hey, I don't think this is doxing me unless anyone texts me. But I was just like, the fact that Manchester is only there on the island, like, that is ridiculous. That's ridiculous. Anyway, now you guys know where I am. I wasn't lying about being in Southampton. Okay. Sheffield. Oh yeah, it's just there. I thought it was just north of the Peak District. Yeah. Did I go? I didn't go to Sheffield at all. I did not. I was just wondering if I drove through it at all, but I did not. They are too obsessed with inches, quite hypocrites, all of them hypocrites. Not even hand painted. Yeah, it's mass for true. So like I think there aren't too many. Oh no, there's all the people who have done the art, and a lot of that these days would be digital. But the ones that are the super rares, maybe not so much. But you're right, they're just printed now as well. There's just so few of them. The scarcity is what has caused the value to go up. I have a train every 15 minutes that takes 30 minutes into central London. Oh, that's actually very good. I hate the trains in UK. Actually, here, Crossbow, here is my Paris syndrome. Not the Peak District, but here is my Paris syndrome. UK is so connected by railway. And I was like, it's gonna be so easy to just get from one place to the next. Everywhere has a railway that'll connect up in some shape or form. And I went to try and get a ticket on literally any train, and I went, what the fuck is going on here? Oh god. So any of the Brits in chat, you might be able to clarify, but my understanding is there are a lot of private networks that use the railway system, and so there's variation on how much things are going to cost, where to go, and to go here you take one train, and then to go here you have to take another train. And it's so much more expensive. Like, sometimes you just go, I may as well fly. Like, it's actually just cheaper to fly than it is to take a train. And otherwise, I would love the train. I'd love to just turn up to a platform and just say, 1 ticket, please. And that be that. But no, I have to go through all of this stupid comparison of what's what. I didn't even know what website to buy a ticket on originally. Luckily, I know now to just use the app. But the app is so convoluted as well. Train network in UK. That is my Paris syndrome. I thought it was going to be so easy and accessible and cheap, and it was none of those things. So... And the tube! Speaking of London and Paris, the tube! It was so expensive. Well, okay, I take it back. I'm being a bit dramatic there. The rest of the trains, yes, expensive. But the tube, it's not that expensive. It's just more expensive than I would have thought. Anyway, so I also wanted to see something that Ian said about littering back when. I agree entirely on the littering and unnecessary plastic packaging. Yes, it's infuriating, isn't it? Ugh. Americans are crazy, but Canadians mix units. I'm 5'8" and drive 30 kilometers to my work. Yeah, but when you talk about height, the 5 foot whatever or 6 foot if you're lucky is nice because you get more variation. You get more margin of error, I guess. America invented their own imperial system, which differs slightly from the English imperial system. Oh. Well, that just makes it more confusing. By any luck, the gods, it's a rated PSA 10. Oh, I missed what that one was for, so never mind. USA does not use Imperial. They use their own version of Imperial. That's right. There we go. Thank you for the corrections. I once had to make $5 stretch for a week's worth of food. Oh, yeah. Oh, my God. Or roads lead to Rome or something. That's one. All the delays, exactly right. All of the delays of the train. So you just see this wonderfully connected country. Anywhere your heart desires to go, you can go. As long as you have the ability to pay for it, and maybe the fact that your train might be delayed, if not cancelled altogether, and that you may have to take several trains and they will all vary in price, and you don't know if you're following the system correctly. It's just a mess. And one day, maybe I'll figure it out. But it is a mess. I've never been on a train. Oh my god, Q, man. I like trains. I think they're cool. I think that a lot of people, I understand why it becomes a fixation. Especially older steam trains and stuff. Like it's pretty fascinating how they get moving, and such a huge, impressive structure. I get it. I really do. That's all. Yeah, Sheldon would love it, exactly. I don't necessarily, my love for trains, it's not even a love. I just think, yeah, I get why they're cool. And I do like staring out the window. Not having to drive necessarily, but I also love driving. Vehicles are just cool, okay? Clem is a train spotter confirmed. Maybe the baby train spotter. Hi Luke, sorry that your Twitch is playing up, but good to see you. Glad that we have alternatives for you. There are many train operating companies. The UK rail system is currently going under a change to have one operating body. Ooh, but will that be a good thing or a bad thing? Because this is something to consider, is that people always complain about monopolies. That's all. That's my entire thought. My thought doesn't go deeper than that. We shall find out what happens. But it works in other countries, but I guess that's more like cities, maybe? Or states? Anyway, watch this space, I suppose. Watch this space. I do not believe that this is for Pokemon Card Store. The imperfect cards are designed floor. Production techniques today are more than adequate enough to supply perfect cards. Also agree. I love to see and ride a bullet train. They're pretty neat, indeed. I think that I must put that on my list as well. Holy crap! Speaking of amazing vehicles, so you know the old Einstein guy, that guy, crazy hair, sticks his tongue out in some photos. The theory of relativity and how the object, you moving different to the things around you, or you looking at something. Anyway, did he actually bang his cousin? The infamous womanizer. Well, you can't say infamous. Well, maybe it is infamous, but womanizer and banging his cousin, the sentences straight after each other. I don't know if I want to know, okay? Anyway, my point is that I experienced this for maybe my recognition of just how crazy airplanes are. Okay, I'm putting my cup down for this. So, my flight back from Croatia to the UK is only 2 hours. How crazy is that? Amazing. Clear, sunny skies. And so on the flight into Croatia, not so much. It was super, super gloomy. I couldn't see anything, which is kind of nice because then I didn't know what to expect. However, now I've done my tour. I'm flying out. I'm like, wow, what a beautiful landscape. I got to drive in some of that. Do I have photos? Yes, I do. Look at that. Look at all those Alps. That's not cloud. Them's some snowy peaked mountains. How cool is that? Very cool, I tell you. Very, very cool. Well, I at least think it's very, very cool. Oh, and then there we go. I don't know where I was. I didn't have like flight radar, GPS tracking or whatever. And I got to see all of those tiny little, well, actually they're not tiny, they're huge, but all of those windmills, and I was like, wow. So I was very much enjoying my view out of the window for this flight. So my point is that on this flight, I can see a lot. I can see very far. I can see the ground. Do you know what else I can see? I have flown a fair bit in my lifetime. I am very lucky in that regard. I have flown across my own country. I have flown to other countries. My dad's German. We've gone back to Germany. How I have seen an entire thunderstorm while above the clouds in a plane. It is one of the most marvelous sights I think I've ever seen in my entire life, like from a natural seeing something of a natural phenomena, a thunderstorm while above the clouds. Wow, that is an image that will never escape me. I don't know how I've never seen just another plane. I guess because I haven't been in a lot of these smaller flights where you see a lot of the planes crossing over, and I can't believe how fast planes fly. They're so speedy. Like, I can see the number when I'm doing a long haul flight and it's telling me how fast we're going. I'm like, that's fast. That's very, very fast. But it was the first time I've actually seen, just from my little window, a plane zoom past. Planes are so fast! And not just with a takeoff and landing. Takeoff and landing, you're kind of like, yeah, like there's it goes. And sometimes you see the clouds that are produced by the planes. But holy crap, planes are so fast! I know it seems like such a simple thing, but it really threw me. I was like, blink and you miss it. And then another one went by and it was... Anyway, that was crazy. That was crazy to see. Whereas I'm just sitting there being like... And this is why I bring up theory of relativity, because I feel like I'm just in a car going, 50 per hour. And yes, I did say that so that could fit with kilometers or in miles. So I'm just like drinking my little hot drink that I had to pay extra for because I was on Ryanair, but hot diggity. Fireworks from a plane. I've never seen that. That would be very, very impressive. Oh my. Well, I'll have to add that to my list for sure. For sure. So Einstein married his cousin. Today I learnt. I do need to do some research on his social antics, it seems. Albert Einstein married his first cousin, Elsa, in 1919 after divorcing his first wife. That makes it even weirder. That's the thing. It makes it feel... No, I don't. Yeah. Elsa was his maternal first cousin and paternal second cousin. They reconnected in 1912, and she cared for him until her death in 1936. Oh. Well, I will say that when I was driving through these tiny, tiny little towns and villages, it did cross my mind where I was like, how do they go outside of their pool? How do they, what is the number of a population that we must achieve so that there's not the inbreeding? Because I know Iceland is having trouble with this, right? They're like trying to get people over to Iceland, and they have the app to make sure that you're not related to someone you're wanting to be intimate with. Like, what's the population where it's like, it's fine? Because nowadays we have so many people and we have so much diversity in our genetics. But like back then, where your tiny villages like this, and there's a mountain, it's like, where are you going? You're staying in your tiny village. And I'm like, they must have been banging their cousins all the time, right? And not in a way that I'm like, respect. I'm just saying that I did think about it. And so if it's only happening 100 years ago, even with Einstein, I'm like... And it's still, like, marrying your cousin is still legal, right? Maybe not in every country, but it's just... Like, what's the size that makes it not turn into the Habsburgs, right? Like, anyway, that's my thought. I didn't have answers because I will admit I didn't want to look it up. I didn't want the knowledge. I'm happy to be ignorant, but it did cross my mind. Okay, let me see over here. Yes, E equals DJMC squared. I'm familiar. I've never heard that. I like that a lot. Okay, properly regulated, don't see a problem, good. He dropped some bangers and a diss track or two. Is this in one of the rap battles of history? And then he dropped off. Ugh, cringe. Been to the clouds whilst on top of the Peak District, but I've never been above a thunderstorm. It was awesome. Yeah, I go to the Cloud District. That's my vibe. I've however been in planes in the Lake District. Nice. The RAF do low flying practice down the valley, so you can occasionally see high speed jets below you. That's so cool. I like that ARL. No one tell Clem about the Habsburgs. No, that's the thing is I was doing so much research about the Balkans and all of the contested land disputes and history and wars, many of which have already escaped my memory. But the Habsburgs and the Ottomans were involved, of course. Anyway, so I am unfortunately already aware. I am also aware that the Habsburg lineage still exists, and the heir, so not the current leader. I don't know if they still call him a king. I don't remember that being the term. Anyway, the current head of the Habsburgs, not him, but the heir is like a race car driver. How crazy is that? Anywho, Boeing 737-800 cruising speed is like over 800 kilometers per hour. Yeah, so fast. I was gonna make a joke, but I'll keep it to myself. Yeah, I'm watching you, Horse Muncher. Okay, what else am I here? Fun fart fact. Farting in the vacuum of space would propel an astronaut forward by a tiny amount, perfectly demonstrating Newton's third law of motion. For every action, like expelling gas, there's an equal and opposite reaction, i.e. movement. Well, technically valid, it's fuck all propulsion, but yeah, if you toot enough, you can move. That's beautiful. I like to think that that Newton would be proud that they were able to prove it through farting mechanics. That feels right. So fireworks from a plane looks like the earth is exploding. Oh my god. Maybe it is. Two planes at 750 per hour traveling towards each other would mean relatively you would see the other plane at your 1500. Oh my gosh, that's just like, that's the mathematics where it's like, if one train is coming at it and I just cannot. Hey, thank you so much for the raid. That is very kind, Ali. Hello, how you going? Welcome on in, friends. It's good to see you. I hope you've been well. I hope you had a lot of fun. Guys, if you're from my community, please go check out Ali Stevens, variety streamer, plays a lot of games. But it's just an all-round good person and has a banger of a raid sound if you still have the same one. Anyway, Ali is amazing and you should check her out. It's good to see you, my love. Let me just catch up and make sure. Is this going to be turning into... Okay, no, we're not talking about Tasmania and hot cousins, raiders. That's not what we're talking about. Okay? Hi, Francis. No interest in skydiving. The clamocracy, exactly right. Okay, hi, friends. So if you're wondering what we're talking about, we're talking about how large a village needs to be before they stop inbreeding, and can stop having relations with where it turns it's anyway. It doesn't matter. We'll think of a new topic now that you guys are here. We are doing amazing. Yes, thank you, Fartman. Thank you. Oh, and we was actually, Fartman, you might like this one. We were talking. Boba shared a fun fact that farting in space, if you're an astronaut, would give you enough propulsion to move, which perfectly shows Newton's third law of motion. So you one farting can cause propulsion. So that was just a little side topic that we indulged in, you know. Anyway, so welcome in Raiders. If you're still here, hi, my name is Clementine. You can call me Clem. I just moved to the UK, so I'm very, very far from Ali, unfortunately. I'm hoping that I will be back in Melbourne for PAX Australia. There are a few things going on, so I have to check out pricing of tickets because flights have changed, of course. But I can still get there. I just haven't. It just depends if I can justify the cost of it. Nonetheless, I've just moved to the UK and I did my first little Europe road trip. So a friend that has already lived in Europe for a while, we caught up and we did a trip around 4 countries, which was exciting. It was mainly just because we wanted to cross borders and have the ability to say, oh my God, we crossed the border. That's so exciting because it's Europe and everything is so close. But I was mainly in Croatia and it was amazing. And this was my first stream back since that road trip. I took the whole of last week off. And so that's why I'm in a very, very casual, cozy mood. And it was so much fun. But I'm also glad to be back. It was a lot, but I saw a lot of things and I'm very happy. So that's why we're kind of talking about history, I guess, because I was very fascinated by a lot of the areas that I just knew nothing about. And so now I know slightly more than nothing, which is very exciting. I learnt a little. And so that we've just been chatting about the trip and seeing where that goes is good. Yeah, we just like the cozy trips. The cozy chats. But if you guys want to just like chill, then we're chilling. I will need to get some lunch soon. So we're just talking about how Einstein married his cousin. So you guys are all caught up now. As a thing of probabilities, let's say 2 siblings such as dogs or cats have a 50% of having offspring with genetic issues, while first cousins only have 25%. At what stage does that probability move so low as to not matter? Yeah, exactly. Or how much like the Habsburgs, because if it's cousins, I guess that percentage would increase if there's not that, if it's constantly in the same family. So I don't know if I want the answer, but there is a curiosity, you know? There is a curiosity. Yes, exactly, Fartman. If you think of Adam and Eve, the fact that you even mentioned the third son based, we love that, especially since we've just had Easter. Great Christianity, a Christian education. We love to see it. But it does make you wonder, doesn't it? It does make you think. Anyways. Hi Darth Grader, how is you? I'm doing well. I'm definitely starting to feel a little bit peckish, but I'm happy to stick it out for a little bit longer. And then I'll go get some lunch. And then what am I gonna do? No, sorry. That was just me thinking about lunch rather than actually answer your question. I am well, and I hope you are well, Darth Grader. Lunch or breakfast? Yes, breakfast is the most important meal of the day after all. So when I was on my road trip, my friend, she's very routinely, she likes her coffee first thing in the morning and she likes her breakfast, lunch and dinner. Whereas I'm a lot more loosey-goosey. And she asked me at one point, she's like, do you eat breakfast? And I just said, well, by definition. So lame. But it's true. By definition, I do eat breakfast. Yeah, I it's food. I'm breaking my fast. So good morning, Penguin. Good to have you here. Yeah, we're going on a little bit longer. I guess I started late. If I never eat though, one never breaks their fast. Can you break your fast if your baseline is just not eating? Because then it's not fasting, right? It's just you don't eat. I think by definition of fasting that you would have to be having a break between eating. But I've eaten in the past. You might be onto something here. So you've eaten in the past and you're never eating now, so you will never break your fast. Yes, I think you are in a really long fast then. Isn't fasting just abstaining from eating? So if you never eat again, that's the thing. Then you will never break your fast. So as long as you had food, then you have abstained from eating. The same way that you have abstained from eating simply by sleeping. Coffee likes her coffee. Who knew? I know. Isn't that crazy? I eat breakfast at 11 to 12ish as only wake up at 10. Exactly. Everyone just has their own routine. Siblings breeding with parents is biblical. It is mentioned a few times, isn't it? Just and mythical as well. Not mythical, mythological. It's in like the Greeks as well. Whatever that is. We're back to Jennifer. Got a clean bill of health. I'm glad, Nine Fox. The mouth has healed up so perfectly. I'm so glad to hear that. Give her some scritchy scratches behind the ears on behalf of all of us. Need to chill and unwind, says Ali, because I was playing horror game. Ah, yes, yeah, just chill. So so now you get to have the anxiety of us talking about incest instead. You're welcome. Thank you, Botman. Is fasting not eating or not consuming calories? So the morning tea or coffee is breakfast. Ooh, interesting. Because I will say that my breakfast or break fast is indeed tea. I have a tea pretty much every single morning unless I go to the coffee shop. But I don't always have food with that. Like I like to have this to start my day. But food, I've been eating after streams at the moment, so around now, which is midday. True. Drinking usually doesn't count when you're fasting because water is acceptable, as an example. Tea doesn't count as a breakage of the fast, but does coffee, because that, especially if you have like a latte, something with milk in it. A farty follow, thank you. Can you be classified as on a fast if you have midnight snacks? Once you're done with your snacks. More research needed. It will not be done. I like that. More research required, but I shan't be the one conducting such research. So I think that tea is basically just flavored water. Espresso, I think, is not breaking your fast, but something with milk in it. If you just drink a cup of milk, would you be breaking your fast? Okay, define fasting. To restrict one's personal consumption, generally of food, but sometimes other things, in various manners, totally, temporarily, by avoiding particular items, often for religious or medical reasons. Abstinence from food. So it does seem like it's food specifically. But where does a smoothie fall into this category? Is a smoothie food because it's like blended food, or is it a drink? Because I think a juice is a drink because you're taking the juiciness. Smoothie is food? I think smoothie is food myself because it has way too much of the things that food usually gives you, nutrients and ingredients. Like it's not the juice of a fruit, it is the fruit. And therefore, it is a food and not a drink. Watery soup is allowed though. Is soup food? Is soup food or drink? I'd say broth would be drink, but soup would be food. Thank you, Red Dog. Some religions practice fasting. Ramadan fasting is mandatory. Yes, for a great example. Month-long daily abstinence from food, drink, and smoking from dawn until sunset for adult Muslims. And there's also a difference between the etymology of a word and the societal usage. Yes, this is absolutely, this has come up today, in fact. For Ramadan, sorry, my pronunciation, I'm not 100% on, but they abstain from drink as well, and smoking, good for them. So it will be dependent on which use of the term it is, I suppose. A dry fast. Ah, that would be what it's called. Yep, that makes sense. No water, no consumptions. Dry fast. Cool. Thank you for teaching. If it's mainly got milk, milk is a solid. So therefore, drinking milk, just a cup of milk, is breakfast. Is soup broth? No, not necessarily. So soup is food. And then what is a watery soup? Like, is a minestrone yeah, that would be a soup, and that can be quite watery, but it has chunks in it. But so I'm thinking, okay, here's my thought. Watery soup, but it doesn't have chunks of potato, for example, because as soon as it has a potato in it, it's a food and it's a soup. But if you take out that potato and it's watery, that's broth, no? Because that's kind of like you've cooked your soup, or you've boiled a soup with bones and whatnot to get the flavor, but that's broth, not soup. But if you puree it all, that's still soup. So therefore, pureeing a soup being a food means that smoothie is a food. Instructions unclear. Hired an etymologist to teach me about bugs. You ever do the 40-hour famine? I did. I don't know if everyone knows what the 40-hour famine is. But the 40-hour famine is basically... No, 40-hour famine is where you give something up for 40 hours. Some people do food, and it's supposed to replicate those in poverty. Some people will give up video games because they decided that telling kids to not eat for 40 hours probably isn't a good idea. But it is that kind of idea of fasting, I guess. I raised a couple hundred, but I didn't raise too much. But I did do it. Why are you talking about this nonsense? Because that's my channel. Welcome, Claudius. Lava is liquid, liquid rock. Also true. Is mayonnaise an instrument? Go away. Oh, stew. That's the one I'm thinking of. Yes, stew. Okay. Did I just hear milk as a solid? You did. That's puree. Okay. I'm learning the terms of soup and stews and purees. I've realized that I don't know the difference. The stomach turns basically all food into soup anyways. Yes, exactly. Milk is a solid, so think like yogurt. Golly. Milk is a solid still is going over my head, but yogurt I can understand. That's gloppy. That would be breaking your fast. Not a drink. My soup fork agrees. That's adorable. The 40-hour challenge, formerly famine, is a major New Zealand youth. Oh, it is New Zealand. There we go. Youth fundraising campaign run by World Vision. World Vision is international though. There is an almond milk, a broth, or a soup. There is almond milk, a broth, or a soup. Almond milk. Would be. I don't know how it's made. Is it squeezed through things? I would say closer to a broth, but I don't know. We do it in Australia, but I haven't done it. Gotcha, Fatman. When I was in school, it was only food. Spill the tea pod episode idea. Literally hire an etymologist and only ask them questions about bugs. That's so cute. Repost. Do you pick your boogers? Google AI. We swallow approximately 1 to 2 quarts, which is roughly 32 to 38 ounces, which I think is about... Is it... Okay, a quart is it I think it's about a liter. I have to double check that because my conversion's not great, but I think it's about a liter of mucus or snot daily that's making me feel sick, which serves to trap germs and protect the body. While mostly water, this daily intake has been estimated to contain around 200 calories. However, this is considered a recycling process rather than a significant calorie source. And just like Bear Grylls says, better drink my piss. X-Ray also has a good point that they literally just like, you know how an almond is like round at the top and then it's kind of got like the little nipple at the bottom? That's how they milk the almond. They just go, and sometimes they sneak it. That makes sense. I can't believe I forgot about that. Milk is a vile thing from hell. Hilarious. It is kind of bizarre to think about the first time someone milked a cow, but I guess it's not that dissimilar to like feeding a child or a calf. Someone just like saw a calf
sucking on an udder and was like, I want me some of that. You know? I know they reformulated everything to less sweet, but it's a juice, you reckon? Oh, almond milk is a juice. Yes, I can agree with this. I think that almond milk being a juice makes a lot of sense. Thank you, Toke. Much appreciated. And thank you for the biddies as well. Also appreciated. So I answered this before Prower. Cadbury is in Birmingham, which is a city that I do not live in and have not visited yet. But it is one that I plan to, so I will probably get there eventually. Do you think people fully grasp that we will die someday and be gone forever, or do you think people are emotionally detached from it? I don't think people fully grasp the idea. That's how things like religion and the explanation of the unknown and what happens after death, these things can provide a comfort and an explanation. But in terms of actually grasping them, nah, I don't think people even truly... Like, you can think about it and be comfortable in the unknown and comfortable with not knowing, but I don't think we can truly grasp it. But I don't think people are emotionally detached to it. I think the complete opposite. I think that it causes incredible anxiety in a lot of people. That's what existential crises are, right? I don't think people are emotionally detached from it. No. Almonds can't make milk. Show me the tits on an almond. I just explained it to you, so check and mate. Don't pick my boogers. I don't discriminate. All my boogers are loved. Adorable. They grind up the almonds, soak it in water, and sift out the solids. There we go. So I like the idea of juice even more in that case, because it's like squeezing an orange, you know? I found fake jelly tip ice creams. They're called jelly pops. I'm so happy. Do they taste all right as well? I guess if you're happy. Well, I don't know if you've tasted them yet, but anyway. Mucus is only snot if it comes out of your nose. There we go. Almond water doesn't sound good as almond milk. Well, that is exactly why a lot of the agricultural companies, or rather dairy companies, are trying to make milk not a term for things like oat milk, almond milk, etc. Because of a similar reason. People don't want to be pouring almond water into their smoothies. They want oat milk in their coffee. And the term milk is there are actually people who are trying to what's it called, trademark, I guess. With lack of a better term, I will use the term trademark the term milk to be specifically for dairy. So that is a thing that is going on. Anyway, over the average human lifespan, we consume around 20 kilos of live insects and spiders, so I guess I'm not a vegetarian then. Yeah, well. I'm having coffee and almond milk. There we go. Or almond water, rather. I'm not going to die, you guys might, but I never will. Well, like I said in the past, you haven't died already, so you might live forever. Like, the proof is in the pudding so far. Gone forever! Finally! Eternal darkness, my old friend. I've been waiting for you until the end. I'm saying that the existential crisis from it is what happens when our subliminal mind grasps death, and when we shut it out to function, that's the emotional detachment. That's the emotional detachment? Hold on, let me go. Do you think people are emotionally detached from it? We will die someday and be gone forever. Or do you think people are so they're emotionally detached from the idea that we'll just be gone forever? Our subliminal mind grasps death. So you think that, what, aren't you just using your own argument then? And we shut it out to function. That's the emotional detachment. So you think that our subconscious mind, is that the word you're using? Or do you really mean subliminal? Because I'm going to assume you mean subconscious mind does grasp death. But I'm not sure I would agree with that, because our subconscious makes all the crazy images. And so then you think, like, ignoring our nose, even though we can always see it, our brain makes it so that we can't see it. You think that that's what might be going on when it comes to grasping the concept of death. So we do understand the concept of death. We just shut it off, like not being able to see our nose, to make things more functional. So I guess if that is the logic, if I am following your logic,
Do you think that we are emotionally detached from our nose? Oh, okay. So jelly pops are made in New Zealand, still made by Tip Top maybe, but just exported. I like that. Okay. Taste identical. Hell yeah. I am keen to try. I'll see if they have them over here. I don't know where my closest Aldi would be, but I'll figure it out. Anywho, it's still the same thing. I'm just pendanting, exactly. We're just being pendants here. Difference would be that water is not added into the juicing process with fruit. Almond is seed and water has to be added in order to get a liquid. Okay, fair enough. Coconut water, that stuff is so good. Oh my god. Okay, so one of the best meals that I had during my journeys on my road trip, it's so simple. And probably you guys have had this before, but I can't believe I'd never thought of it before. I was feeling a bit rough. And so we went to, like, when wasn't I? But I was feeling a bit rough and I was like, I'm just going to have a really simple breakfast. And I got porridge. So porridge is oatmeal in America. So I got myself a bowl of porridge, something I very rarely do when at a cafe or similar, because again, I'm like, I can just make this at home. But it was so tasty. They had like a bunch of fruits and cinnamon on it, not unusual. But instead of milk or water, they used coconut milk. And I was like, this is genius. How did I never think about the idea of cooking oats in coconut milk? So now I want to try and replicate it at home at some point, where I just get, like, instead of just, some people do like all milk to make a very creamy porridge or all water. Now, new mix, coconut milk, and it was so tasty. It felt delicious. So maybe if you don't like coconut, don't try that, but if you do like coconut and you like porridge, maybe try making it with coconut milk. That's my rant. That's all. It was delicious, delightful. I took a photo of it. You want to see it? Doesn't matter, I'm gonna show you anyway. Where is it? There it is. God, I could eat that right now. It probably is because I'm a bit peckish. Look at it! It looks like it's straight out of a commercial. It's just gorgeous. Anyway, it was very tasty. Very tasty. Let's abolish the word milk as a whole, pun slightly intended, and just call it goo. Love me some goo. Doesn't have to be dairy as long as it's produced from mammary glands, I imagine. Yeah, I agree. I love a vanilla soy. It's basically thin custard. Yeah, I don't usually have vanilla flavored things because it overpowers the things I usually put them in. Like, I don't have a vanilla coffee, so I wouldn't have a vanilla soy coffee. And then I don't normally have cereals other than porridge. So I could have vanilla soy in a porridge. I would agree with that. The UK Supreme Court has ruled that oat milk, almond milk, etc. can no longer use milk since it is not an animal-derived dairy. So they won in the US, it looks like. Thank you. My nose and I aren't on speaking terms. Is it because they were so nosy? Now, if that convo about death and noses doesn't make you want to end stream and go get food, I don't know what will! We're not dangling jewelry, why not? Soon will be the day that milk is cheaper to manufacture rather than using animals for production. They will 100% still call it milk though, for sure. Cook oats in oat milk to be extra oaty indeed. Tree makes his porridge with diluted apple juice. That's fun. I do consume honey. Yes, I'm not vegan, Crossbow. So I still have eggs, for example. My milk consumption and dairy consumption is lower, but I don't. But that one is more. I don't know why I kind of stopped. Like, I still eat cheese, for example. And I'll have milk in my tea. So I do still have dairy products. I just don't eat meat. So that's the simplicity. Other than the 20 kilos of bugs that I consume in my lifetime. Hi Okami, and thank you for the follows, everyone. It's been really cool to see a lot of new people joining. So I'm glad you're enjoying the nonsense. Hi Okami. Just a short message to announce I changed my nickname, so this is a new me you'll see from now on. No stress. Thank you very much for the heads up. Much appreciated. I had coconut milk in the Weet-Bix the other day. It was pretty gangster. Yeah, it's pretty great. Hi. Hi Naji, how you going? Coconuts. That's very funny, Lounge. Well done. Well done. There we go. Congrats on your new name. Yes, enjoy. It's great. We love to see people branching out. Only wrong thing in that porridge was the mint. Okay. Garnish should be edible and also work with the dish, not just visual. Yeah, okay. You have a good point. I did take that out. You raise a good point. I am doing well. I am hungry though, so I think that I'm gonna call it now before our next ad break. It's been 4 hours, maybe just under with the starting soon. So I'll call it there so that I can go get some food and not be too silly. But I do want to say a huge thank you. It's been such a pleasure to see everyone return. We also got a wonderful raid from Ellie Stevens, so make sure you guys go follow her if you haven't already. But also all of the new follows. Like I said, it's just been so wonderful having the community grow, especially in our time here in the UK. I don't think I will be streaming tomorrow. I've been meaning to catch up with my parents for a while, so I think I will, and the easiest time is in the morning, and I think that will just give me a bit of time to try and test if I can play some video games. I thought that maybe later on in the week we could play some video games, so I'll see how that goes. But I have no plans to travel for the next 2 months-ish. So I'm very looking forward to kind of finding a bit of a routine and figuring out what that looks like. You might notice it will get a little bit experimental with that, both in days I stream, when I stream, and what I stream. But we will always have a time to just hang out and chill and talk nonsense and whatnot. So thank you guys for just being a wonderful community and a wonderful companions of conversation. I do genuinely appreciate it. And then I will consider if I can share any of the things that I was dancing around. Don't be blue, it's better to have traveled than to never have traveled at all. Yeah, I mean, it's close enough to the quote, right? Welcome home! Thank you so much. Much appreciated. Probably, yeah, go on your lunch break as well, Ian. Well, I'm glad that you've been having fun. We've also had fun fact. The Got Milk, published by California Milk Processor Board, was originally developed and submitted by the artist to the Juice Company as Got Juice. Oh, okay. Italian cheese use worms in process of making it. Maybe that's what upset me. Maybe my stomach wasn't adjusting to all of the cheese. It definitely was not, but that I know that there's that like maggot cheese, but that's different to worms. Anyway, cheese is the whole thing. Yeah, I've had a great stream as well. Thank you guys. I really, really, really enjoyed it. So I'll call it there, but I feel as if I probably should find someone to raid, especially since we got a raid. It feels appropriate. If it's on my plate, I'm gonna eat it. Don't put inedible stuff on my plate if you expect me to finish my meal. Yeah, how else are you gonna have dessert, you know? 2 whole months without travel, won't you go stir crazy? Yeah, look, I say I won't travel, but I've got a lot of people who are like, oh my god, you're in Europe, can we go here together and here together and here together? And I'm like, yes. So I'm basically just waiting to see if those people are actually coming to Europe or not. I'd love to go to Wales though. And so my thought process is that instead of going all the way to Europe, not that it's that far, but instead of going to Europe, mayhaps we could test some IRL streaming around the UK. Pleasure to meet you, hey Bay, and we shall see you in a couple days maybe. If I don't see you in a couple days, I'll see you when I see you. So let's see who is online. It's always a bit screwy to raid on my laptop, which is why I try to avoid it. I hate it on the laptop. I never have any. It's so hard to just. I'm complaining, but it's just making me grumpy. This is why I don't do it. This is why I don't raid well here on the thing. I don't know. This is now just making me mad. It is first world problems. You have a raid suggestion? Please send them my way. That would be very much appreciated. Yes, go on. We shall. Do I have a raid message? No, it's not even about the mods. It's just about choosing. Okay, well, that's embarrassing. I have to message Twitch to give Xclamputer. Little Bunny. All right, let's go raid Little Bunny. That sounds like fun. I'll bring them up here so that I can watch them immediately. Thank you so much for the suggestion. We'll go over there. Okay. Well, no, it's not even that. It's just that it's the raid is the job of the mod, so it's just choosing somewhere to raid. Okay, everyone. Enjoy your time. I hope you have fun. It looks like Bunny is playing some World of Warcraft. Hell yeah. I'm gonna have a little lurky over there. I think that would be a lot of fun. I'm gonna go get some sustenance, but I genuinely had a lot of fun today. It was good to be back. I probably won't see you tomorrow, but I will see you the day after. And if I do see you tomorrow, then, you know, that'll be fun as well. So, have fun. I'm done now. Bye! Oh. It's always awkward because sometimes when I raid on my laptop, I can't actually end the stream properly. So if anyone comes back on the VOD, then that's what you're gonna see. Especially because on the laptop, I don't actually have an end, what's it called? End screen. So I'm just here. Okay, bye.